Last summer, I was assigned a temporary ranger post in Northern California, helping with seasonal duties and fire watch rotations in Lassen Volcanic National Park. I've been working full-time in various parks for about 6 years by that point. I'd seen my share of risky wildlife encounters and backcountry accidents. I dealt with everything from careless hikers to heat stroke cases to people getting lost on clearly marked trails. But nothing really rattled me. I felt comfortable in the wild. That was home for me. But my trip to Lassen changed that. It was a quiet morning, middle of July. The sky was cloudless and the sun already had some heat on it, even though it wasn't yet 9 a.m. I arrived early at the Bum Pass Hell Trailhead, one of the more popular hikes because of the geothermal vents and bubbling pools. I've been there once before, years back, but not as a ranger. This time, I was checking trail conditions after reports of minor landslide from spring melt and confirming new signage around the hydrothermal areas. From the moment I stepped out my truck, I felt off. It's hard to explain. Not scared, just uneasy. The kind of feeling that makes your skin tighten up a little on the back of your arms. Like I'd walked into a room where something had just happened, even though it looked perfectly normal. I chalked it up to being tired from the drive and needing coffee, maybe some food. I had granola in my pack, but I ignored my stomach and started off on the trail. The trail was a mix of shaded forest and open alpine terrain. Snow patches still clung to the shady sides of some slopes, and the trail was a little muddy in parts. The air smelled of sulfur as I got closer to the vents. It was quiet. Too quiet, I thought. Normally, I'd expect birdsong, insects buzzing, or even distant voices from hikers ahead or behind me. But it was still, completely still. Even the pine needles beneath my boots seemed muted. That edge of anxiety from the parking lot never went away. It followed me deeper into the hike, like an itch I couldn't reach. I made it to the hydrothermal basin and did what I needed to do. Checked signs, took photos of minor erosion for the maintenance crew, logged trail conditions. I stood near the wooden boardwalk that snakes through the steam vents and boiling pools. The place smelled like rotten eggs, and the steam curled in thick, heavy breaths out of the ground. I tried to ignore the way it made my stomach turn. That's normal around hydrothermal spots, I told myself. It's not the place, it's just the smell, the heat, the noise of steam under pressure. But when I turned around to head back, the air suddenly felt heavier. Not hotter, just heavier. Thicker, like it didn't want to be breathed in. I adjusted the straps on my pack, trying to shake the feeling. I kept my pace slow and steady, watching my step over rocks and roots. That's when I heard it. A low growl. Short, barely audible. I stopped dead in my tracks. I listened. Nothing. I scanned the woods around me. Tall trees, dense understory in some spots, clear in others. I didn't see movement. No shadow, no rustle. But the growl had been real. Not in my head. It was deep, throaty, animal, not mechanical. And not wind, either. It had weight to it. I stayed still for a full minute. Then, slowly, I moved forward again. 100 feet later, I heard leaves shifting and dry twigs snapping. I froze again. More movement. To my right, maybe 40 yards off. That's when I saw it. A black bear. Big one. Maybe a male. Probably close to 300 pounds. It wasn't facing me. It was moving ahead of me, parallel to the trail, but going in the same direction. It didn't seem aggressive. It wasn't stalking. Just walking, head low, stopping every few feet to sniff or look around. My heartbeat kicked hard in my chest. Not panic yet, but full alert. I didn't move. I watched. Bears are common in Lassen, but that didn't make me feel any better. Black bears aren't usually aggressive, but this one had come close without me hearing it until it was nearly next to me. I hate being surprised by big animals. It usually means they're sick, desperate, or just not acting normal. It walked for maybe 30 seconds more, then turned slightly and disappeared behind some thick brush. I couldn't see it, but I still heard it. Crack. Snap. The shuffle of paws through dry leaves. It was heading down slope now. I waited. Still didn't move. Then, finally, I started walking. Slow. Quiet. Eyes and ears wide open. When I hit the open meadow section of the trail, where visibility was better, I could breathe again. But I didn't let my guard down. I kept glancing behind me every few steps. I didn't see it again. I didn't hear anything either. Still, I kept moving. Once I was back in range of my truck, about 2 miles from where I'd seen the bear, I stopped just long enough to scan the tree line one last time. Nothing. I climbed in, slammed the door, started the engine, and drove out without even logging my GPS tracker. I just needed to get out of there. Something about that whole trail, the way the air felt, the silence, the way that bear had come so close without warning, it rattled me. I've done backcountry patrols where I've been farther from people and closer to more dangerous wildlife, but this had been different. The feeling of something just being wrong never left the back of my head the entire time. I ended up driving to the southern part of the park where more hikers usually are, closer to Manzanita Lake. I needed the noise of other people. Even hearing voices in the distance was comforting. That's not something I usually admit. I prefer the solitude, but not that day. That night, I camped at a ranger site and tried to sleep. I kept waking up, ears tuned to every crack of branches, every rustle of wind against the tent fabric. I don't think I ever really fell asleep. At sunrise, I packed up and filed my report, but I left out how weird I'd felt on that trail. That part didn't belong in a log, not when it was just a feeling. A week later, I took a few days off and visited a friend near Niles Canyon. We decided to go hiking and maybe unwind. He brought up a spot he used to go to as a teen called Secret Sidewalk. It's an old aqueduct that had been abandoned years back. Not an official trail, kind of local curiosity. Some old cement structure that had become a hangout spot. He said people used to drink there, spray, paint the walls, and sometimes go at night to freak themselves out. We went during the day. It was hot, dry heat, dusty air. You could hear cars on a nearby road, but the trail itself felt removed. We walked along the concrete edge of the aqueduct, which stretched through a patch of overgrown trees and brush. In some spots, rebar stuck out where the cement had cracked. Graffiti was everywhere. Old names, strange symbols, local tags. We walked to the far end where the city had begun demolishing it. The structure just ended. Huge chunks had been jackhammered off, with rebar bent like twisted bones sticking out. We took some pictures, stood around for a while, then decided to head back. Nothing strange up to that point. Then, halfway back, we both froze. Loud rustling in the brush downhill from us. Branches cracking, leaves shaking. Not just one snap, but a whole mess of movement, fast and hard. Like something big was crashing through the undergrowth. We couldn't see it, but the sound, it didn't make sense. It wasn't a deer. I've heard deer bolt from cover before. They're loud, but this wasn't the same. It was more sustained, like something wasn't running away from us. It was moving through the brush in a deliberate way. We didn't move, not a step, just listened. Then silence. That was worse. I don't know what it was. Could have been a person, maybe, but the size of the noise didn't fit. No voice, no music, no coughing, no footfalls. Just the loud, blind movement of something heavy going through thick brush, then nothing. We waited maybe 2 minutes, then kept walking, fast and quiet. I've heard that area has some homeless camps, and I guess it's possible someone was out there. But something about the way it moved, the speed, the noise, it just didn't feel like a person. And there's no large wildlife out there. Not like bears. Not even mountain lions usually come that close to an urban edge like that. By the time we got back to the spot where we climbed up, I was sweating even though it wasn't hot anymore. That deep discomfort I'd felt in Lassen came back. It was like my brain couldn't let go of the idea that something was watching me. That same weight in the air. That same tight feeling across the back of my neck. I didn't go hiking for a while after that. At least not alone. I know it sounds like I'm being paranoid, and maybe I am. But I've worked in places where bears tear tents open for granola bars. I've hiked solo in grizzly country. I've helped airlift out people who broke legs in canyons so deep you couldn't hear a helicopter until it was nearly overhead. But this was different. I still don't know exactly why. Nothing happened, technically. No one got hurt. I didn't even see what made that second noise in the canyon. But both times, the air felt wrong. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was loaded. The forest around me didn't feel like nature. It felt like something was holding its breath. I've learned to trust those feelings now. Because sometimes, something doesn't have to go wrong to still leave a mark on you. I was only 18 when my buddy Zach and I decided to hike the Grand Canyon. We had just graduated high school a week before, and like most dumb 18-year-olds, we thought we were stronger, tougher, and smarter than we really were. We wanted something that would test us, something that made us feel like men. So when we flipped through a hiking guide and saw Tanner Trail listed as one of the most difficult trails in the entire canyon, we didn't hesitate. That was the one. We barely looked at the details, just skimmed them really. Words like remote, rugged, exposed, and extremely limited water sources were scattered through the paragraphs, but we were too excited to care. I remember Zach saying, "If it's hard, that means no one else will be on it." That actually made us more eager. We planned it fast, too fast. We packed some gear, 2 cheap backpacks, food we thought was light like trail mix and canned beans, and a couple of water bottles. That was pretty much it. I borrowed my dad's old camping stove, but forgot the fuel. We figured we'd just boil river water if we had to. We even joked about bringing sunscreen and didn't bring enough of that either. It was late June. The sun was brutal, and we had no clue what we were walking into. The day we started the hike, we arrived at LaPon Point just after sunrise. The sun was already fierce. The parking lot was empty. No other hikers, no rangers, no tourists. Just us and the sound of wind pushing over rock. Tanner Trail doesn't ease you in. It drops hard and keeps going. It starts off steep and exposed, cutting back and forth over loose rock, sand, and crumbling ledges. There's no shade after the first mile, and the further down you go, the hotter it gets. By noon, we were soaked in sweat and nearly out of water. The landscape was incredible, though. Towering red rock walls, huge switchbacks, and layers of time pressed into stone. Every few hundred feet, the canyon opened in a new way, showing off some view more ridiculous than the last. That part made it worth it for a while. We didn't speak much, just kept moving, step after step, hour after hour, careful not to slip on the gravel or twist an ankle. The silence got heavy. I started hearing nothing but the sound of my breath and the crunch of our boots on sand and rock. By mid-afternoon, it was hard to think straight. My skin was tight and salty. My water bottle was empty, and we hadn't seen a drop of running water all day. Not a stream, not a trickle, just a dry, baking desert floor that stretched down into the deepest hole I'd ever seen in my life. We didn't see a single human being the entire way. The final approach to the Colorado River was through a dry creek bed. I think it was called Tanner Creek, but we never saw any water flowing in it. Just fine powdery sand that puffed around our boots and huge boulders scattered like forgotten toys from some ancient game. You had to climb around them, crawl over some, slide down others. That's when I started hearing the river. It wasn't a roar exactly, more like a steady rush. A low, churning sound that got louder with every turn of the creek bed. After a while, we rounded a wide bend between 2 house-sized rocks, and there it was wide, brown, fast. The Colorado. Sunlight hit it so hard it looked like liquid copper. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see water in my life. We walked straight for it, shoes kicking up dust, legs shaking from exhaustion. We weren't talking anymore, just shuffling forward, eyes on the water, ready to fall into it. Then we saw him. There was a man standing maybe 50 feet from the edge of the river. Not on the bank exactly, but just upstream a little where the creek met the current. He looked like he'd been there a while. He had long black hair and a denim shirt tucked into jeans. Boots. Standing there like he'd walked straight out of a movie. I remember Zach and I both kind of slowed down at the same time when we saw him. It was weird. Not scary yet, just strange. We hadn't seen anyone for hours. That trail had been completely dead, and this guy just being here didn't make sense. No backpack, no gear, just standing there, alone, at the bottom of the canyon. He didn't turn when we walked closer. His back was to us, and he was doing something with his hands. For a second, I thought he was washing something in the water, but then I saw it. He was throwing a blue racquetball into the water. It would skip off the rapids, float maybe 10 feet downstream, hit a rock, then bounce back right toward him. Over and over. He wasn't even watching it closely, just tossing it and letting it come back. His motions were smooth, like he'd done this exact thing 1,000 times. We were too tired to say much. We mumbled a lazy, "Hey," as we passed. He didn't answer at first. Then right as we stepped around the edge of a rock, he said, "Hey," without turning. Calm. Flat. We looked back once, and he was already walking downstream. We watched him for a moment. He didn't look back. Didn't stop. Just followed the bank until he disappeared around a bend. Then he was gone. We stood there for a while after that. Not really sure why. Something about it just felt off. It took me a minute to realize that I hadn't seen any footprints. Not his, not ours. The sand should have shown something, but it was like he just appeared there. Still, we were too drained to think hard. We found a flat spot a little upstream and dropped our packs. Set up our tent without saying much. Ate cold beans out of the can. Drank filtered river water that tasted like mud and heat. Tried to relax, but the feeling didn't go away. That night, the heat didn't let up. The air stayed thick and still. I lay in my sleeping bag, drenched in sweat, staring up through the mesh of the tent, watching the stars wheel overhead. Zach was asleep, snoring lightly, but I couldn't settle. My skin felt wrong, like the sweat never dried. Every sound outside the tent made my stomach clench. Little scurrying sounds like lizards or bugs. The river noise was louder in the dark. It sounded closer, more chaotic. At one point, I thought I heard something like footsteps moving through gravel near the edge of the creek bed. Slow, deliberate crunches. I held my breath. It stopped after a minute. I told myself it was an animal. But then I started thinking about that man again. The way he looked, the way he'd been standing, like he was waiting for something. And that ball, that blue racquetball bouncing right back to him every single time, even in that violent water. It didn't make sense. Water doesn't work like that. Nothing would come back like that. And how did he know it would? We left early the next morning, before sunrise, packed up in silence. Didn't even eat breakfast. Just wanted to get back up and out. The climb was brutal. Worse than the way down. Steep, dry, legs screaming every step. Sun baking the rocks under our feet. We didn't talk about him for a long time. A few months later, I was sitting at home, messing around on my laptop, and I decided to look up Tanner Trail. I found some old forums where people shared stories and trip reports. Most of them were about the heat, the difficulty, the risk of running out of water. But one post caught my eye. It was buried in a long thread from years earlier. A guy mentioned seeing a man down by the river. Said he was Native American in a denim shirt and jeans. Said he looked spaced out, quiet. Said he was throwing something into the river and catching it. Something round and blue. It made my chest tighten. Other people replied, saying they'd seen something similar. A couple even joked about it, calling him the river ghost or the ball guy. Some swore they'd seen him. Others said it was just a story. But every single person said the same thing. They never saw where he came from. They never saw him leave. Always alone. Always standing there at the same spot. Always by the water. I don't know what the hell we saw. I'm not saying it was anything supernatural. Maybe he was a local guy. Maybe he knew the river so well that he figured out how the current worked, knew the rocks, practiced that throw 100 times. But that doesn't explain why he looked so out of place. Why he had no pack, no water, no food, no sign of how he got there or where he went. That trail isn't the kind of place you just end up. You have to earn every inch of that path. And he was just there. I never went back to the Grand Canyon after that. Not to hike, not even to visit. Sometimes I still dream about it. About that moment when we rounded the boulders and saw the river for the first time, and saw him. It always plays the same way. Him standing there, back to us, tossing that ball like he's waiting for someone. I'll never forget that. And I still don't understand how the ball always came back. I've spent most of my life around forests. As a kid, I was in the Boy Scouts. I backpacked, camped, and learned how to build fires before I ever understood taxes or mortgages. I could tie 10 knots by the time I was 10. My dad signed me up early, mostly to get me out of the house and give me something to do. What started as a hobby eventually became my career. Now, I work as a park ranger. But what happened one night deep in the Manistee National Forest still sits with me. And I've never really shaken it, even now, years later. It happened on a backpacking trip when I was about 15. I was with my scout troop, and we were about 4 days into a week-long hike through Manistee. The forest there is thick and stretches on endlessly. The trees grow tight together. Pines, oaks, maples, all knotted and crowded, with canopies that seem to swallow the sun. Even during the day, it can feel a little dim under the cover. At night, it's another world entirely. Pitch black, quiet in a way that doesn't feel peaceful. It feels expectant. There were 11 of us total. 9 scouts, our scoutmaster, and an assistant scoutmaster who was younger, maybe in his early 30s. His name was Chris. He was a little strange, quiet, always watching the woods a little more closely than the rest of us. I remember that he carried a fixed blade knife on his belt, bigger than most camping knives. One of those thick survival blades. Nobody said anything about it. I guess we just thought he liked being extra prepared. We had hiked nearly 10 miles that day. My legs ached and my feet were sore. We made camp in a clearing near a bend in the Pine River. The water was calm and the site looked undisturbed. No trash, no fire rings, nothing. It was probably a site not many people had used, which made it perfect. We pitched our tents, gathered some firewood, and cooked dehydrated meals. As usual, we sat around the fire until it was nothing more than glowing coals. Then one by one, we crawled into our tents and zipped them shut. It was quiet at first. I could hear the river moving gently nearby. A couple of guys were whispering in a tent not far from mine. Then silence. Real silence. Not just the absence of talking, but a deep silence that seemed to settle over everything. No wind, no bugs, not even the trees creaking like they usually do. I remember laying there with my hands folded over my chest, staring up into the dark shape of the tent above me. It felt like something had shifted in the air. I couldn't explain it then. I still can't. But it felt off. That's when the noises started. They came in sharp, short bursts at first. Not human. Not animal either. Not in any way I recognized. The first one was like a scream, high-pitched and raw, and it echoed from somewhere deep in the trees behind our camp. Then, maybe a minute later, another. Then a third, farther off. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. My ears strained for more, and sure enough, more came. Shrieks. Some low, some high. Some that almost sounded like they were trying to imitate a coyote's yip, but there was something wrong in the tone. Something forced, like it was being done on purpose, but not by something that really knew what a coyote sounded like. They lasted for hours. At least, it felt that way. I didn't sleep at all. Just laid there with my heart hammering, every part of me alert. Every few minutes, more screams. Sometimes from close by, sometimes from far. Once I swore I heard something move near the tents. Not footsteps, just movement. Like something heavy brushing through the underbrush with no care for being quiet. It didn't feel like an animal hunting or stalking. It felt like something was just walking around, waiting. Then came a knocking. It was like someone smashing a thick stick against a tree trunk. Not once, but again and again. Thud, thud, thud. Each hit came hard enough that I could feel a slight vibration through the ground. It didn't sound random. It sounded angry, deliberate, and it kept going. I stopped counting after 30 hits. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter and forced myself to stay still, breathing as quietly as I could. Not a single person said anything that night. Nobody called out. Nobody unzipped their tent. Whatever was out there, it had all of us locked in place. Eventually, the forest went quiet again. Morning came slow. The light seemed pale and gray as it filtered through the trees. I waited until I heard someone unzip their tent before I moved. When I stepped out, I saw the rest of the guys standing around the fire pit, eyes puffy and tired. The scoutmaster was stirring oatmeal in a pot. His face looked drawn and pale, like he hadn't slept either. Chris, the assistant scoutmaster, stood off to the side with his arms crossed. He was watching the trees. Just watching. Nobody said a word about the night before. Not at first. There was this unspoken rule in the air, like none of us wanted to admit what we'd heard. Like saying it out loud would make it real again. But Chris muttered something. He said, "Those are some high-pitched coyotes last night." And that was it. Nobody replied. Nobody laughed. We just kept packing up camp. We hit the trail again around mid-morning. It was quiet, and nobody really talked much. We stayed close together. Even the usual stragglers stayed tight in the group. The farther we walked, the more normal things started to feel. I started to tell myself it was just coyotes. Maybe a fox. Maybe a raccoon fight. My brain tried to file it all away. But a few hours later, we ran into a solo hiker coming from the other direction. He looked like he'd been up all night. Pale, tired, frustrated. He stopped when he saw us and pointed at our scoutmaster. He asked if we had been making noise in the woods. Said something had been screaming all night near his camp, and he hadn't slept at all. He said he even yelled into the trees, trying to get whoever was to knock it off, but they just kept going. The scoutmaster just told him it wasn't us. The hiker looked like he didn't believe it, but he shrugged and kept going. I thought about that moment a lot in the years after. I try to rationalize it. Coyotes can make weird noises, sure, but the rhythm, the timing, the intensity of those shrieks, none of it felt natural. And that banging on the tree, I've heard woodpeckers, I've heard branches fall. This wasn't that. This was like something wanted us to know it was there. Years later, I was out of scouts and working as a seasonal park tech in the same forest. Manistee still looked the same. Endless trees, deep shadows, trails that disappeared if you took one wrong turn. I was helping with trail maintenance and campsite checks. One night after my shift, I was scrolling through YouTube, just letting random videos autoplay while I ate. Somehow, the algorithm landed on a clip titled Unexplained Screams in Michigan Forest. I clicked on it. The video was low quality, taken with a phone, probably by some campers near the Pine River. Same area we had been in all those years ago. As soon as the sound came on, my heart dropped. It was the same screams, same tone, same pacing, same rising and falling pitch that didn't sound human or animal. I felt frozen. Everything in my body reacted. I watched the whole clip. Near the end, you could hear 3 loud thuds, like wood on wood. Then silence. That's when it all came rushing back. The stillness of the woods. The pressing silence before the first scream. The cold grip in my gut. The fact that none of us ever talked about it afterward. Even now, as a ranger, I don't have an explanation for what we heard. I've been in the field long enough to know what's normal. I know the sound bobcats make. I know that coyotes can mimic strange things when they're hunting or calling their pack. I know raccoons and owls, and even deer can make odd sounds. But what we heard that night didn't match anything I've encountered before or since. I patrolled that area dozens of times since then. I've camped near the same bend in the river, and it's always quiet. Nothing strange. No weird shrieks. No angry knocking. Just trees, wind, and the sound of the river moving by. But that doesn't mean it's not still out there. Sometimes I wonder if that night was just a one-off moment. Some rare event. Something territorial. Something warning us. Not supernatural. Not mystical. Just something we still don't fully understand. Something that doesn't want to be seen, only heard. And if that's the case, then maybe it let us go. Maybe it wanted us to remember. Or maybe it just didn't care. But I've never forgotten. And every time I pack my gear and head out for another backcountry patrol, I make sure I listen carefully when the forest goes quiet. Because in places like Manistee, silence is never just silence. It's waiting. It started off as a camping trip. I planned to win some playful bragging rights. My boyfriend, let's call him Nate, was the kind of guy who never believed anything unless it was written in a textbook or backed by data. I didn't mind it most of the time, but I had a different kind of outlook. I'd seen weird things in nature before, stuff that couldn't be explained by deer movement or swamp gas. Mostly lights, high up, sometimes fast, sometimes still. Not planes, not satellites, just weird. We had only been dating a couple of months when I brought up MT Adams. He raised his eyebrows when I told him that it was a hot spot for strange lights in the sky. He didn't say I was crazy, but he didn't exactly take it seriously either. I mean, if there's a hot spot for this stuff, maybe it's just some secret military test range, he'd said with a shrug. Then let's go see it, I told him. Maybe you'll see something you can't explain. We drove up late on a Friday afternoon. I picked a disperse site I'd camped at before, up near Killing Creek Trailhead. Pretty remote, no cell service, and dark as hell once the sun went down. I didn't tell him exactly where we were going until we were already on Forest Road 23. Once we turned onto a smaller offshoot, he started asking more questions. The trail was rutted and overgrown in places. Branches brushed the sides of my truck. "You've camped here before?" he asked, finally sounding a little less sure of himself. Yeah, once. A couple years ago. Got a perfect view of the mountain and the sky. We set up camp just before dark. No one else was around. That part of Gifford Pinchot is like a maze. Most people stick to the more accessible areas. I cooked some food, and we sat in our camp chairs staring out past the trees. MT Adams loomed to the northeast. As the sun sank, the stars came out hard and fast. The kind of sky that makes you feel like you're floating. Then the lights started, just like I remembered. Small, white glows appearing mid-air, too high and still to be drones, too bright and steady to be stars. Some zipped away like they got yanked by an invisible string. Others hovered for a few seconds, then vanished. A few would blink in, then another would appear nearby and join up with it before they both blinked out. Silent. No trails. No sound. Just movement and disappearance. Nate leaned forward in his chair. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to influence what he thought. We watched for maybe an hour. Then, finally, he said, "Yeah, I have no idea what that was." That was the only one I needed. Months later, we were back in a different spot, this time camping with his dad and stepdad. Both older guys. Retired. Nate's dad was laid back, but his stepdad, Ron, was the kind of man who'd spent his whole life in the woods. Retired Forest Service, then spent another decade in BLM enforcement. Quiet guy. Didn't smile much. Didn't say much either unless he had something to say. We were talking about places we'd camped, and I casually mentioned MT Adams. Without even blinking, Ron said, "Yeah, that was my beat for years. Supposed to be watching for camp thieves out there, but we never caught any. Saw a lot of weird stuff in the sky, though. That made me sit up straight. I asked him what kind of weird stuff, and he paused, gave me a kind of side glance. He said one story, but he looked uncomfortable even saying it. He told us about these black logging trucks, big rigs, no running lights, that would drive in and out of the forest at night. Silent. He said they looked like shadows moving through the trees. Once, he and his partner tried to catch one. Parked the truck deep into a thicket, engine off, nothing showing. They were backed up so close into the woods that the rear of their vehicle was practically touching a wall of brush and trees. They sat in total silence for over an hour. Then, out of nowhere, a flood of lights lit up the forest behind them. Not headlights, not floodlights. Something massive and white bright that lit up everything. He could see the antenna on their truck, could see his partner's silhouette, even saw insects glowing in midair. Then it all went dark. No sound, no engine, no movement in the trees. He didn't even hear footsteps or tires. Just silence. Ron had no imagination. He was a walking clipboard with legs. I believed him immediately. He changed the subject after that. Didn't want to say more, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I decided I wanted to go back. Not just as a camper, but as someone who worked out there. I had seasonal ranger experience already. Applied to a backcountry ranger posting in the same zone. Got a few months later. It was a hard post. High elevation, scattered sites, long distances between trailheads, and often nobody around for days. My job was checking permits, clearing trails, picking up after people, sometimes helping SAR search and rescue when needed. They issued us radios, a .357 sidearm, and survival kits. About 6 weeks into the season, I decided to hike into a stretch near Council Bluff, steep trails, and one of the more remote areas. I knew I'd be solo for a few days. The first 2 nights were uneventful. Cold but quiet. I camped near a ridgeline on the second night, with a clear view of MT Adams in the distance. Just before bed, I noticed a glow above the mountain. Not moving, just hovering. I watched it for a while. It blinked out. I radioed in to check in just before sunrise and packed out toward the next zone. Around midday, I passed a trail that was mostly blocked with deadfall. I decided to detour and flag it for the SAW crew. As I stepped over one of the logs, I noticed tire marks in the soil. Not ATV tracks, not dirt bikes. Heavy, dual axles. That didn't make sense. That trail was non-motorized, no access roads, and gated off 7 miles back. I followed the tracks. They didn't make much sense. Too large to be for maintenance. and they led off the main trail into soft soil and eventually deep into the trees where there shouldn't have been clearance. After a few hundred yards, the ground sloped down sharply, and I could see fresh bark scrapes on the trees, like something tall had moved through. I found branches bent and broken high up. Maybe logging equipment? But how would they even get it in here? At the bottom of the slope was a flattened area, an old cut, maybe, but it wasn't overgrown. It looked recently cleared. I found sawdust. Fresh. I found broken branches, oil spots on the dirt, and tire impressions, multiple vehicles. I stood there for a while just listening, but the forest was quiet. No birds, no wind, just thick air and the sound of my own breathing. I reported it as suspected illegal cutting and flagged the GPS coordinates. Back at camp that night, I stayed alert. I didn't see any lights, but I kept hearing faint sounds out beyond the trees. Not animals, not weather, just the occasional soft thump or metallic tap. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I woke up early and decided to move out fast. I hiked quickly back toward the main trail, but found new tire tracks, fresh ones. They crossed the trail right where I'd walked yesterday. That didn't sit right with me. I climbed up a small hill to get a better look, and from there I saw a clearing, maybe a quarter-mile away. In it sat a massive black truck, like a semi-cab but modified. No markings, no plates. It was parked beneath the tree line with a trailer attached. But the trailer was strange, low, wide, with a covered top. I crouched and watched. Nobody moved. Then a door opened in the back, and two people walked out. They were wearing dark clothing, not uniforms, no visible gear. One of them was holding something, couldn't tell what. Then the truck's lights turned on, but not like normal headlights. Just this soft, red glow underneath it. They didn't drive away. They just sat there, like they were waiting for something. I backed away slowly, heart pounding, made it back to the main trail, and hiked 5 miles out without stopping. I didn't report the truck. I don't know why. I just didn't. Maybe I didn't want to deal with the paperwork. Maybe I knew it wouldn't go anywhere. 2 days later, my supervisor told me someone from BLM was coming in to follow up on a report about suspected illegal cutting in the area. I asked who submitted the report. He looked at a log. Doesn't say. Came from higher up. I told him I'd flagged the GPS for that same zone. He nodded, but said not to worry about it. They're handling it internally. That was the last I heard about it. A week later, I ran into an old ranger at the station, retired guy visiting for some paperwork. He noticed I had an MT Adams district map and said he used to patrol that area years ago. I asked if he'd ever seen anything strange. He paused for a while, then just said, "You'll see lights. If you see trucks, don't follow them." That was it. Then he walked away. I stayed in that district for another month. I saw the lights again. I heard the weird noises in the woods. I even found another flattened clearing. Same kind of fresh sawdust and oil stains. Same tire tracks, but no sign of who was doing it or why. I never saw that black truck again, but the feeling of being watched out there, that stayed. When the season ended, I transferred out. I told myself it was just too remote, too quiet. But the truth was, I didn't want to end up on a list somewhere, or vanish into a forest where tire tracks come and go in places no truck should ever. I work as a park ranger in the Okanagan region of British Columbia. Most people think the job's all about campfires, trail maps, and giving directions to tourists, but they forget what it means to actually live out here, to see what happens when people go beyond the warnings, ignore the signs, or wander off the beaten path. The wild doesn't care how old you are or what you believe in. It just is. And sometimes, the things you see out here don't have easy answers. I want to tell you about one of those things. I've been stationed near Okanagan Falls for about 6 years when this happened. I was covering the lakeside stretch between Skaha Lake and Vasu Lake, including the channel that ran from the dam downstream toward the campgrounds. The dam isn't huge, but it's powerful enough that you respect it. Locals know to stay clear. Even tourists learn fast. Those bright yellow danger signs and the skull and crossbones warnings plastered across the barriers are hard to miss. The river beneath that dam can pull you under without a sound, and it has. A few years before I started, 2 boys, brothers, drowned there. I remember reading about it in the news before I ever took this job. They were about 11 and 13, if I recall. Got too close, got pulled in. By the time help arrived, it was too late. They were gone. The turbines are ruthless. Once you're in that water, you're part of the machine. That history lingered in the air out here, especially for the locals. You don't forget a story like that, not when it's so close to home. One August afternoon, I was doing a sweep of the lower trail network where the river bends out wide and the walking path runs close to the water. It was late in the season, and the campsites were still pretty full with families trying to squeeze in one last getaway before school started up. I parked near the trailhead and was walking with my notebook, doing basic checks on signage and trail erosion. Nothing out of the ordinary, until I found the girls. They were maybe 12 or 13, walking fast and whispering to each other. I noticed them because one of them looked visibly upset, face pale, arms crossed tight like she was freezing. Another one kept glancing over her shoulder. They weren't panicked, but they weren't calm either. I figured they might have spotted a bear or coyote, something like that. Happens more often than you'd think. I asked if everything was okay. One of them nodded too quickly. Another didn't answer at all. They just kept walking back toward the campgrounds. Something didn't sit right with me. After they passed, I stepped down toward the river's edge to have a look. The sun was starting to dip low over the hills, casting that deep gold light that makes everything look softer than it really is. The river shimmered, lazy on the surface but running steady. You wouldn't guess from looking at it that just up around the bend, the water gets violent. Controlled but dangerous. Mechanical. I don't know why I stood there for so long, just watching the water. Maybe I was waiting for something. Maybe part of me felt it before I even saw it. I can't tell you exactly what I saw at first, just that I noticed movement where there shouldn't have been any. About 30 or 40 meters upstream, in a slow-moving stretch of river, something caught the light. White, bright, almost too bright for the fading daylight. I thought it was a bird at first, something low on the water. But birds don't move like that. This thing was walking. I mean that exactly as it sounds. I saw what looked like a boy, maybe 10 or 11 years old, actually walking on top of the river. I froze. My brain tried to correct what I was seeing. Maybe he was on a submerged log. Maybe I was catching a reflection wrong. But no, there was nothing under him. He was walking like it was solid ground. Slow, even steps. His body was round, like he hadn't hit a growth spurt yet. White shirt, white shorts, pale skin that seemed to glow in the golden light. Everything about him stood out too much, like he didn't belong in the scene I was looking at. He walked maybe 10 meters downriver, then stopped. Just stopped. And then, as fast as he had appeared, he was gone. Not like he dove in or ran off. Just gone. 1 second he was there, and the next the river was empty again. I stood there a long time, trying to make sense of it. No splashes, no noise, just silence and moving water. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. Rangers don't go around talking about seeing kids walk on water. That kind of thing gets you desk duty, or worse, pulled for field work. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, a kid on a paddleboard, maybe. I put away in the back of my head and moved on. A few days later, I passed through the same trail section. This time I had my camera with me. Not for that reason, not because I was expecting anything, but sometimes we take pictures of trail damage or animal sightings for reports. It was about the same time of day, same light, same weather, and I saw him again. Same spot, same white clothes, same exact walk. 10 meters, then he faded. This time I was ready. I snapped 5 or 6 photos fast as I could, but by the time I looked at them, there was nothing. Just river. Smooth, untouched river. I checked the timestamp. It matched the moment exactly. But nothing, not even a blur. At that point, I started asking quiet questions. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. I just asked if anyone had reported people swimming near the dam, or if there had been any kids reported missing from nearby sites. Nothing. No complaints, no search calls, and certainly no kids seen walking in that part of the river. But I did get something. One of the older rangers, a guy named Dave, who'd been working the region since the 90s, he said something that stuck. We were talking about that stretch of river, about how quiet it could get out there. You ever notice how it's too quiet sometimes? He said. Like you can't hear bugs or birds. Just the water. I nodded because that was exactly what I'd felt. He looked off down the trail and said, That's the kind of quiet you get after something bad happens. The weeks passed. Campgrounds emptied. Fall came. I tried to move on, but I couldn't shake it. So I went back. Not during patrol. Not on the clock. I went back alone, late in the afternoon, just as the sun started going down. I stood at the same spot. Didn't move. Didn't blink much either. Just watched. And I saw him again. This time, he wasn't walking. He was standing still, looking toward the trail. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the shape of him, round, still, bright against the dark water. His body was turned toward me, like he knew I was watching. And this time, when he faded, it didn't feel like he was vanishing. It felt like he was being pulled, not down into the water, not physically, just away. That's when it clicked for me. It wasn't about ghosts. It wasn't some fantasy. What I was seeing was something else, something real but hard to explain. A leftover, a kind of imprint. Let me put it this way. When people dive violently, especially in water, the environment doesn't forget. Maybe it's our brains picking up signals we don't understand. Maybe it's light refracting just right to show us moments that have already happened. But something stays behind. A memory. That boy, whoever he was, wasn't a ghost. He was a loop, a scar on the land, repeating itself in the same quiet place at the same quiet time. Not because he was trying to haunt anyone, but because that's where his life ended, and nature can't always wash something like that away. I didn't go back again after that. I didn't need to. I still work in Okanagan. I still walk those trails. And I still think about what I saw. I don't talk about it with the other rangers. Not because I'm scared they won't believe me, but because I don't think it matters whether they do or not. The land remembers what we forget. The water doesn't lie. If you ever find yourself out by that river, especially near sunset, and everything suddenly gets too quiet, no birds, no bugs, just the sound of water, you'll understand. You don't need to see him to know he's still there. But if you do, don't be afraid. He's not coming for you. He's just trying to finish a walk he never got to complete. I've been a park ranger for nearly 16 years now. It's a quiet life for the most part. Early mornings, long hikes, cleaning up after people, keeping an eye on things. But every once in a while, something happens out there that sticks with you. Something that doesn't fit, right, no matter how much time passes. Back when I was 16, before I ever thought about becoming a ranger, I was just a Boy Scout. That winter, our troop took a trip up north to do some cold weather camping. We stayed in this old log cabin tucked deep in the state forest. The kind of place where the only light after sunset came from lanterns and flashlights. No cell phones back then. No distractions. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the crunch of snow under boots. The cabin had 2 rooms, a big fireplace, and bunks made from rough wood nailed right into the walls. It smelled like smoke and pine. There was snow everywhere, 2 feet deep in places, and the cold felt like it crawled into your bones if you stayed still too long. But we were young and dumb and had all kinds of energy. We were excited to be away from home, away from parents, away from rules. On the second night, a few of the older guys, myself included, got the idea to sneak out after dark. We wanted to smoke. Pot, cigarettes, whatever we had managed to sneak into our gear without the scoutmaster noticing. It was part rebellion, part tradition. A rite of passage, I guess. So we waited until everyone else was asleep, then slipped out into the woods. There were 5 of us. Me, my brother Caleb, and 3 other guys named Doug, Tyler, and Andy. We didn't go too far, maybe half a mile, just far enough that the smoke wouldn't drift back to the cabin. We didn't use our flashlights much either. We knew the trail by heart from hiking it earlier in the day. The trees got thick out there. Real thick. Black silhouettes crowding out the sky, with snow heavy on the limbs. You could hear the creak of branches swaying in the wind. Every now and then a clump of snow would fall, crashing through the limbs and hitting the ground with a muffled thump. It was eerie, but kind of peaceful too. The kind of quiet that feels bigger than you. We found a little clearing surrounded by pines and made a loose circle, lit up, and passed stuff around. The cold didn't seem to matter as much once we were all sparking up, joking around, trying to act like we weren't freezing our asses off. I remember laughing at something Doug said, then stopping suddenly. There was this feeling, one of those deep instincts that we weren't alone anymore. I didn't say anything at first. I just felt it, like the air had changed, like someone was watching us. My neck prickled and my skin went cold in a different kind of way. I turned slowly, raised my flashlight, and scanned the trees behind us. That's when I saw him. He was leaning against a tree about 20 or 30 feet away. Not hiding, not moving, just standing there, half shadowed by the trunk. Pale face, white beard, heavy coat. I remember his skin looked almost gray in the beam of my flashlight. His eyes locked right onto mine, just staring like he'd been doing it the whole time. I remember thinking, who the hell is this guy? This wasn't a trail. This wasn't near any cabins. No campsites. We'd gone out of our way to find a secluded spot. And there he was, this older man standing in the dark woods in freezing cold, watching a bunch of teenage kids smoking dope. Not saying a word, not making a move. I called the other guy's attention to him with just a look. One by one, they turned, and their expressions shifted from confused to terrified. My brother gave me a sharp nudge. Tyler whispered something I couldn't hear, but none of us said anything else. We just stood there in a circle, staring at this guy who was staring back like we were animals in a cage. After what felt like forever, Andy dropped his joint and started moving back toward the trail. The rest of us followed, slowly at first, then faster. Nobody ran, but we were close to it. I kept turning around to see if the man was following us. He wasn't. He stayed right where he was, still leaning, still staring. We got back to the cabin without talking. Just went inside, threw our jackets in our bunks, and tried to act normal. The adults were still asleep. The fire was low. I laid in my sleeping bag for hours, wide awake, waiting to hear footsteps outside or the sound of the door creaking open. But nothing happened. By morning, it was like it hadn't happened at all. Except I couldn't stop thinking about it. None of us could. We brought it up again years later, my brother and I, just to make sure we hadn't imagined it. We hadn't. I forgot about that night for a long time. Life moved on. I got older, went to school, got a job. Eventually, I ended up working for the Forest Service. It felt natural. I liked being outside, liked the quiet, liked the sense of purpose. I took postings all over the region, but I never forgot that winter trip. Never forgot that man. Then one day, about 7 years into the job, I got assigned to a seasonal patrol position in the same forest where that cabin had been. I didn't realize it at first. So many places looked the same, pines and trails and streams. But then I saw the old sign nailed to a tree. Faded, half-rotted, but the name of the cabin was still readable. It hit me like a punch. The cabin was abandoned now. The scouts didn't use it anymore. Vandalized, roof half-collapsed. I filed a report and got permission to do a thorough sweep of the surrounding area. Part of me wanted to. Part of me didn't. I waited until the snow came, just like it had back then, and made the same hike out to where we'd stood that night. I still remembered the path, still remember the trees. It took me a while, but I found the clearing. Overgrown now, branches fallen across it, snow untouched. It was the same place. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind, looking around. And then I saw something that stopped me cold. There was an old deer stand nailed high into one of the trees on the edge of the clearing. It was barely visible, half covered in moss and snow, but it was there, a rusted, rickety platform 10 or 12 feet up with some broken boards hanging off the side. It looked ancient. I climbed up to check it out. It creaked under my weight, but it held. Up there, tucked under the snow and debris, I found the remains of a backpack. Torn fabric, rotted straps. Nothing much left inside, just a few wrappers, a metal tin, and a couple of soggy cigarette butts that had long since gone stale. No ID, no wallet, no gear that made any sense. It didn't explain everything, but it told me enough. Whoever that man was, he'd probably been living out here. Hiding, maybe. Squatting in an old stand. Maybe he was homeless. Maybe he was mentally ill. Maybe he just didn't want to be found. That part I'll never know for sure. But what I do know is that he was real. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't some figment of our imagination. He was a person, an old man surviving in the woods in the dead of winter, watching people who came too close. And that night, he'd watched us. Not because we were doing anything special. Not because we were in danger. Just because we were there, in his space, on his land, or what he thought of as his land. I filed a report about the deer stand, marked it for removal, and hike back out. I didn't tell anyone else what I'd remembered. There was no need. It wasn't relevant to the job. But I still think about it sometimes, when I'm alone in the forest, when I'm miles from the nearest road. I think about that man. I think about how long he might have lived out there, how many others he might have seen and never revealed himself to, how easily things could have gone wrong that night. We got lucky. That's all it was. Pure, stupid luck. We were just 5 dumb kids in the woods, and we happened to walk away before anything happened. We left before he decided to do anything. If he had any intentions at all, I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe watching was all he wanted. Or maybe we were the only ones who ever walked out of that clearing. I don't know for sure, and I probably never will. But that's the thing about the woods. They don't give up their secrets easy. And sometimes, when you're out there long enough, you stop trying to explain them. You just accept what you saw. You remember it. And you keep your eyes open just in case you ever see it again. I've been a park ranger for a little over 17 years now. Before that, I was just a guy who loved the outdoors. My parents started taking me camping when I was just a toddler, and we'd go every year like clockwork. My first memories are of sleeping in a musty canvas tent with the smell of bug spray in my nose and the sound of frogs calling out in the distance. We always went to Ocala. Something about that place always felt different. Even as a kid, I noticed it. The air was heavier. The woods were darker. The stillness was deeper. I'm not saying any of that like it's a bad thing, just the truth. Ocala National Forest has this weight to it, and if you've camped there more than once, you probably understand what I mean. That weight, that feeling, it followed me into adulthood. It's one of the reasons I became a ranger. I didn't want to let go of the forest, and more than that, I didn't want to let go of that quiet, strange feeling. I learned early on that nature doesn't just give you peace, it gives you perspective. And sometimes it gives you a cold, gut-deep fear. The event I'm about to tell you about happened 6 years ago. It's still one of the most unsettling things I've experienced out there, and I've seen a lot. Overturned campers in the middle of nowhere, half-collapsed shelters with no explanation, missing persons who just disappeared into the trees without leaving so much as a thread of clothing behind. But this one stayed with me in a different way, because it was quiet, strange, and far too human. It was early spring, and I had been assigned to a part of the forest that doesn't get as much traffic, northeast side, near Salt Springs. The brush is thicker there, and the trails aren't as well marked. A lot of the footpaths are old logging roads that were just barely reclaimed by nature. The area attracts a certain kind of person, off-grid campers, survivalists, squatters, and sometimes folks who just want to disappear for a while. I was doing my rounds on foot, checking campsites, marking trail conditions, and noting any signs of wildlife or damage. I usually work from early morning into late afternoon, but this day I was behind. A bad storm had rolled in the night before, and I'd had to help another ranger with a report about a downed tree that crushed a small footbridge. By the time I got out to my section, it was already edging into evening. I figured I'd do a quick loop of the Southern Trail Network and head back to the truck by dark. As the sun started to go down, I passed one of the more remote clearings. Nothing official, just a flat space people often use for dispersed camping. I could smell old firewood and wet leaves. There weren't any tents or obvious signs of current camper, but something about the place felt like it had been used recently. Ashes in the fire ring looked only a few days old, and I found a metal spoon partially buried in the dirt near a fallen log. I didn't think much of it. Lots of folks camp without permits in those areas. Usually I'd leave a warning notice, maybe report it if it looked serious, but nothing about this site raised any red flags. I snapped a few pictures and moved on. I was about a quarter mile past that clearing when I realized I had to pee bad. I've been chugging water all day and forgot to take a break. It was getting dark fast, so I figured I'd step off the trail a bit, take care of it, and then head back to the truck. I walked maybe 20 feet off the path to a small sandy slope next to some palmetto bushes. As I stood there, everything around me was completely silent. No wind, no birds, not even the usual clicking of bugs. That's not uncommon at dusk, but it always makes me feel a little uneasy. You start to hear your own heartbeat. You start to feel the forest watching you back. That's when I heard it. It was a sound I've never been able to properly describe. The closest I can get is metal vibrating, like when you hit a steel pole with something heavy and let it hum in the air. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't natural either. It felt placed like it had a rhythm. One tone, pause. Another tone, slightly lower. Then a long buzz like someone dragging something metal across bark. I zipped up fast and stood completely still. My first thought was that it was a person, maybe another camper doing something weird. Or worse, someone trying to scare me. But I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear movement, just that strange, steady metallic sound. I turned and scanned the trees. The light was fading fast. Everything was turning that bluish-gray color where shadows stretch and tree trunks look twice as thick. I moved slowly back toward the trail, eyes scanning every dark shape between the trees. And then I saw him. At first, I didn't even understand what I was looking at. Just this shape, hunched over, facing a tree maybe 30 feet away. The man wasn't moving like a person should. He was bent low, knees half collapsed, arms hanging in a way that looked slack and disconnected. His head was tilted back, like he was looking up at the sky through the branches. In one hand, he held a stick or maybe a long piece of rebar, and he was gently tapping it against the tree in a steady rhythm. But that wasn't where the sound was coming from. The metallic noise, that strange vibrating hum, was coming from him, from his mouth. He was making that sound himself, somehow, while slowly hitting the tree like he was in a trance. The sound was too deep and perfect to be from a human throat, but there was no doubt that it was him. I could see his chest and jaw move with each pulse. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stood there watching him. My legs felt cold, like the blood had drained out of them. My brain was screaming at me to run, to yell, to do anything, but all I could do was stare. The man stopped tapping the tree. His arm dropped to his side. Then, slowly, he turned his head, not his body, just his head, and looked straight at me. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not back to the trail, but straight through the trees toward where I knew the access road had to be. My pack caught on a branch and nearly ripped off my shoulder. I could hear my own breath, ragged and loud. Every step felt too slow. I didn't hear him chase me. I didn't hear him move at all, but the sound followed me. That humming metal tone echoed faintly through the trees behind me, getting softer and softer until it disappeared. When I reached the road, I almost fell into a ditch. I stood there for a full minute, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath, trying to believe what I'd just seen. Eventually, I made it back to my truck and drove to the ranger station without saying a word. I didn't report it that night. I didn't report it the next day either. What could I say? That I saw a man making impossible sounds in the woods? That I felt like something was deeply wrong with him, something beyond mental illness, something deliberate and cruel? Over the next few weeks, I went back to that area during daylight. I checked the clearing, checked the trail, checked the tree he was hitting. Nothing. No signs of him. No footprints. No discarded items. No campsites. I even climbed into the brush near where I had first seen him and scouted around. The only thing I found was a small, rusted tin can under a pile of pine needles. Inside was a dead lizard and a tuft of human hair. I took the can and turned it in. Said I found it near an illegal fire ring. No one asked questions. They never do. I've kept that experience mostly to myself. A few close ranger friends know about it, and a couple laughed it off like I was joking. I let them laugh. It's easier that way, but I still go back. I still patrol that section of the forest. I still walk those trails and check those campsites. And every now and then, I hear things I can't explain. Clicking noises from the trees, humming tones just beyond the wind. I never see him again, but I don't think he's gone. Ocala is still my favorite place in the world. After all these years, I can't stay away. The forest has a grip on me, and maybe I have a grip on it too. But sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't run that night. If I had walked closer. If I had asked him what he was doing, or why that sound didn't belong in the woods. Sometimes I wonder if I was supposed to hear it. Like he was waiting for someone to listen. And sometimes when I'm lying in my bunk deep in the station, the power out and the wind still, I swear I hear it again. That low, metallic tone ringing through the trees. Like he's still out there, waiting. I've worked for the Forest Service and National Park Service for a good portion of my adult life. Over the years, I've been stationed all over Northern California, Montana, Colorado, and Arizona. I've done trail maintenance, solo backcountry patrol, wildlife surveys, fire lookout duties, and just about everything else. Some areas stick in your memory more than others. Sometimes because of the beauty, sometimes because of what you felt out there, alone in the woods. One trip in particular has never left my mind. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I felt and what I didn't hear. It happened in Arizona, but not the Arizona most people picture. This wasn't the dry, cactus-covered desert that fills postcards. This was the Mogollon Rim. High country, thick woods, cool air, and plenty of moisture. At over 7,000 feet, the landscape changes drastically. Ponderosa pine forests stretch as far as the eye can see. Ferns, wild strawberries, mosses, and thorny brush cover the ground. It looks more like Oregon than the Sonoran Desert. The trail networks are sparse, and once you go off track, the brush gets thick fast. The place swallows noise and people. It was early June, which is shoulder season. Still a bit cold at night, but warm during the day. Snow melt was trickling down into creeks, and some muddy patches hadn't fully dried yet. The monsoon rains hadn't started either, so the ground was soft but manageable. I had a few days off and decided to take a solo backpacking trip. I've been studying maps and satellite images for weeks, looking for somewhere remote. I wanted deep wilderness, somewhere that might not see another soul for weeks. I found my spot, miles from any road, no trails nearby, no hunting areas or grazing leases, just endless green and elevation lines. I packed light but thorough. I always carry a GPS beacon with satellite texting capability. I message family every evening, standard safety protocol. I had enough food for 4 days, and I made sure my water filter was in good shape. That area is rich with creeks and seeps, but the water can get murky if you're not careful. I also carried a sidearm, which I rarely needed but always brought into the backcountry. Not just for animals. Humans, too, can be dangerous when they don't expect company. The hike in was long and brutal. Roughly 12 miles from where I parked to where I set up camp, and most of that was bushwhacking. The old logging roads were overgrown and washed out in many places. I followed a couple of game trails where I could, but spent a lot of time pushing through brush. I saw old evidence of illegal pot grows, irrigation tubing, fertilizer bags, and bits of black plastic. Nothing fresh, though. The remains were faded and brittle, at least 5 or 6 years old. Still, I kept my eyes open. You stumble into an active grow site, and things can get real ugly real fast. I've heard stories of booby traps, armed growers, and folks just vanishing. I've never run into that kind of trouble myself, but the warning signs are real. Late in the afternoon, I found my camp spot. It was a bench, a natural flat ledge of ground about 30 feet above a creek, probably the size of a big living room. Steep slope behind, a sheer drop-off in front, completely surrounded by thick, nasty brush. The only way up was a narrow, steep game trail that hugged the cliff edge. One wrong step and you'd slide down into the brush or off the edge. That trail was so choked with ferns and thorns that anything moving up it would make a racket. It was perfect. I could see maybe 20 feet in any direction before the brush swallowed the view. The creek below was narrow but steady, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. I found a semi-flat spot on the bench, cleared the ground, and set up my tent. By the time I was boiling water for dinner, the light was fading and the clouds rolled in heavy. No sunset, just dimming gray until it was fully dark. It was the quiet that got me first. I've spent a lot of time alone in remote places, but this was something else. Total silence. Not even the high-pitched whine of mosquito in your ear. No frogs. No owls. No wind. Just the tiniest sound of water trickling below. I could hear the blood in my ears. When I shifted in my sleeping bag, the noise seemed deafening. Every movement of my jacket sounded like a gunshot. There wasn't even the occasional crack of a tree branch or the rustle of a deer. I've had silent nights before, but not like this. Not where it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. Eventually, I dozed off, though I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up every hour or so, checking the time, peering out into the darkness. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. The new moon meant total blackness, and the cloud cover blocked any starlight. The only illumination I had came from my headlamp and the occasional blinking green light on my satellite device. Around 2:40 a.m., I woke up because my tent was glowing, a bright white light shining through the fabric from the outside. At first, I thought maybe it was morning and the sun had come up early. But that didn't make sense. The clouds would block that kind of direct light. My heart started racing. I sat up, unzipped my bag, and reached for my headlamp and knife, but didn't turn anything on yet. I just listened. It was still silent. No footsteps, no movement, no wind, just a faint hiss of that creek below. I unzipped the tent, slowly, trying not to make too much noise. The second I pulled it open, the light vanished. 1 second it was bright, the next it was gone like someone hit a switch. I sat there in the open, my flashlight ready, waiting for something. Anything, but the forest was still frozen. Not a sound. I scanned with my light. Nothing. Just wet ferns and the edge of the cliff. I turned it off again, crouched down, and let my eyes adjust. After about a minute, I saw it again, off in the trees, a soft white glow. Not moving, not flickering like a campfire or a lantern. Just glowing. It didn't look like a flashlight. It had no beam. More like someone hung a sheet of white behind the trees and shone a light at it from behind. It was faint, and if the night wasn't so dark, I might have missed it completely. I watched it for a minute, maybe two. Then it slowly faded, like a dying bulb. Gone. Still no sound. No crunching leaves. No rocks falling. No smell. No movement. It felt like the forest had swallowed it whole. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting on a rock just outside my tent with my flashlight on my lap and my knife in hand. I never heard a thing. The light never came back. The forest stayed as quiet as before. Just that soft hiss of the creek. The sun finally came up around 6, or at least the light started to shift from black to gray. There was no bird chorus. No buzz of insects waking up. It just got lighter. I waited until it was fully day before I moved. I checked the slope behind me. Nothing. No footprints. No branches out of place. Nothing on the trail leading down to the creek either. I walked the perimeter of the bench, checked every inch of the brush I could reach, and found no evidence that anything had been there. No broken branches, no tracks, no sign of animals or people. The ground was soft and damp. If something had walked through, it would have left prints. But there was nothing. I stood there for a long time, just listening. I realized I still hadn't heard a single bird. Even the squirrels weren't making noise. It was dead quiet. I boiled water for coffee, ate a cold breakfast, and sat on my pack for a long time just thinking. Part of me wanted to finish the trip. I planned for 3 more days of backcountry hiking. But something felt wrong. Not scary like ghosts or monsters. Just wrong. Like I was in a place I shouldn't be. Not because it was dangerous, but because it didn't want me there. At 9 a.m., I sent my daily message on the satellite communicator. It took longer than usual to get a signal through the canopy. After it sent, I packed everything up, double-checked for trash or lost gear, and started the long hike back. The way out felt longer than the way in. The brush scratched and clawed at me, and the trail seemed steeper than before. Still no birds. Still no animals. The air felt too heavy, like I was walking underwater. It wasn't until I got within a mile of the old logging road that I finally heard something, a crow calling in the distance. That one sound felt like a relief I didn't even know I needed. I made it back to my vehicle by sundown, stripped off my gear, and sat in the driver's seat for a good 20 minutes before turning the key. I didn't tell anyone about the light for a long time. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't know what to say. It didn't make sense. It wasn't something I could explain. I've been back to the rim since then, different parts. But I've never gone back to that bench above the creek. I could probably find it again, but I won't try. Something about that spot felt sealed off, like it had closed its doors behind me and didn't want to come back. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe there was an explanation I'll never find. Maybe someone set up motion lights for wildlife photography and forgot them. Maybe I saw a reflection off something man-made miles away. Maybe. All I know is I've never heard a forest go that silent before. And I hope I never do again. I spent most of my career working in the forests of Northern California, and over the years, I learned how to listen to the land. You spend enough time out there, and the trees start to talk to you, not in words, but in their silence, in their stillness, in the way the wind moves or doesn't, in how the birds vanish all at once, or how the scent of the air changes slightly when something isn't right. Back when I was younger and not yet a full-time ranger, I used to camp a lot in the El Dorado National Forest with my friends. We all grew up around the foothills, the kind of guys who'd rather sleep on a tarp under pine trees than in a bed at home. There was one place in particular we loved, Sopiago Springs. It was off the beaten path, tucked back where most weekend hikers didn't go. You had to hike in a couple miles with no formal trail, crossing the stream twice and pushing through thick brush in some places, but once you got there, it felt like your own private patch of wilderness. We must have camped there a dozen times, maybe more, usually just for a night or two. Swim in the creek, catch crawdads, maybe pop off a few rounds at a tree stump, then head back out with a solid sunburn and a cooler full of empties. It was just a way to clear our heads. That place felt like home for a while. One trip, though, made us swear it off for good. It was late summer, maybe early September, hot during the day, but dipping pretty low at night. The fire ban was still off, and the area hadn't seen lightning in a while, so it was safe enough to build a fire. We decided to do something a little different this time, a foraging camp. Just 3 days, not bringing in much beyond basics. We packed a few MREs, a couple rifles, some simple shelter stuff, and a few beers, barely enough for one night, but it felt like a reward after a day of hunting or fishing. There were 4 of us, just guys I'd known since middle school. Solid people, no one who gets spooked easily. We'd all had our own share of weird experiences in the woods, especially in that part of El Dorado. One buddy and I had even found an old abandoned shack up there once, half sunk into the ground, barely more than a few planks and a rusted bed frame. But that's a different story. That first day was fine. We got in early, set up camp in our usual spot, flat ground near the water, soft soil, enough tree cover to break wind if it picked up, and just enough openness for a decent fire ring. We caught a few crawdads and shot a squirrel, cleaned them, cooked them up, and cracked a few beers. Felt good. Normal. Like old times. The fire died down around 10. No tents this time, just sleeping bags under a lean-to made of some lash branches and a tarp. We slept pretty solid through the night. No animals sniffing around, no strange winds, no distant cracking branches. The kind of peace that makes you forget how far out you are. But the second day, things shifted. It started small. I remember waking up feeling like the woods were thinner. Not physically, but something was just off. Birds weren't chirping. No insects buzzing. Even the water sounded quieter. It felt like walking into a room where people had just been talking about you, and they all go silent when you walk in. Just this low, heavy tension in the air. I tried to brush it off. Told myself maybe a hawk flew overhead earlier and scared everything off. Or maybe I just wasn't tuned in yet. We spent the day fishing, scouting for mushrooms, keeping an eye out for deer. Nothing remarkable happened. We didn't find much, just a couple chanterelles and some thistle. Ate another MRE to be safe. But that sense of something watching stuck with me the whole time. It wasn't like when you see a bear track and know you're in someone else's territory. I know what predators feel like. This wasn't that. This was patient. It felt like something was sizing me up but didn't want me to know when it would act. That evening, as the sun dipped low, 2 of my buddies decided to go a couple 100 yards upstream to take care of something. I stayed behind, tending the fire and keeping things in order. I didn't love being alone at that point, but we'd all split off before and nothing bad had ever happened. The silence was even heavier after they left. My ears started ringing, like my brain was trying to fill the gap where the forest sound should have been. I threw a few bigger logs on the fire and watched the shadows dance up the tree trunks. The longer I sat, the more I felt like the trees were pressing in around me. Just a little, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. That's when I started hearing them. The voices. They weren't clear. Not like someone whispering behind you. More like someone trying to talk through a fan. Just low murmurs, fading in and out. Hard to pin down where they were coming from. Always from the same general direction, opposite of where my friends had gone. Across the stream and deeper into the woods. I called out, just to see if it was my buddies messing with me, but I already knew it wasn't. It was too far, too faint, too off. It didn't even sound like English. Just sound, like breath, trying to form meaning. I grabbed the rifle, sat with my back to a tree near the fire, and waited. Then I saw it. Movement low and quick about 50 yards out. At first I thought it was just a deer or maybe a bear cub. But then it paused just long enough for the firelight to hit the outline of it through the trees. It looked wrong, like a person on all fours, but not crawling, more like loping. Its arms were long, longer than they should have been, and it held its weight strange, like its shoulders were too high. It wasn't thick or muscular. It looked lean, wiry. It moved like it didn't need to think about how to move, like it had done this 1,000 times before. I snapped the rifle up and glassed it with the scope. It was already fading into the trees again, but I caught a glimpse. No face, just dark. I couldn't see the eyes or mouth. Couldn't even tell if it had clothes or fur. Just a low outline, hugging the earth and gone. I stayed like that for over an hour, watching, listening. The voices never came back, but the woods didn't relax either. I kept hearing light, rustling, always circling, never too close. It moved just far enough that I couldn't catch it. Never in the direction my friends had gone. Just that same half of the woods, as if it was cutting off my exit or waiting for me to try and run. Eventually, my friends returned. I could hear them before I saw them, and by then I was sweating through my shirt, just glassing every tree trunk I could see, finger on the trigger. They asked me what happened. I didn't even need to explain much. They could see on my face. And then they told me they'd heard it too. Upstream, where they were, they started getting that same feeling. They said it was like something was pacing just beyond the light of their headlamps. Crunching leaves, slow, measured. One of them said he heard a low, gurgling noise, like an animal trying to speak underwater. They felt like if they didn't move soon, they weren't going to be able to move at all. Like whatever was watching was waiting for the perfect moment. We sat around the fire for the rest of the night. No one slept. We kept the flames high, used dry pine needles, and would weed stashed earlier to make sure it didn't die down. We took turns holding the rifle, posted up in a triangle facing the woods. There were 3 of us awake at all times. We didn't hear anything more that night, but the silence never lifted. When the sky finally started to pale in the east, we didn't even eat. Just packed up and left. It wasn't a rush, but it was fast. Everything we could carry, we did. Some stuff like one of the tarps and a small camp chair. We just left behind. The hike back felt longer. The trail we'd bushwhacked in on was harder to follow, like the forest had shifted overnight. My buddy swore the creek crossing was different, like the rocks had been moved, but I didn't want to stop and think about it. I just wanted to get back to the truck. Once we hit the road and loaded everything up, no one said much. Just a few nods, a couple glances. We'd all felt it. We didn't need to talk about it. That was the last time I camped at Sopiago Springs. I went back into that part of the forest later on as a ranger. I had to. It was part of my job, but I always gave that area a wide berth. I marked it unofficially in my head as a no-linger zone. I didn't write it down, didn't make a report. There was nothing to prove, just a feeling, a knowing. I still don't have an explanation for what we saw or what was stalking us that night. All I know is it wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. It wasn't some twisted prank. It was something that knew how to move in the dark. Something that watched and waited and chose not to act for reasons I'll never understand. And that's enough to keep me away. Forever. I became a park ranger because I love the woods. It's that simple. I love the silence, the smell of pine and wet leaves, the look of sunlight through trees, and the quiet feeling you get when you're 10 miles from the nearest car or road. But what really pushed me into this line of work wasn't just love, it was respect. A respect that came from a hard lesson I learned when I was still a dumb teenager with a BB gun, thinking I could be a hunter just because I'd seen it on TV. This happened before I even thought about becoming a ranger. I was maybe 14, still in that weird space between being a kid and growing into someone real. I grew up in a rural town in Pennsylvania. Not exactly the middle of nowhere, but you could be deep in the woods within minutes if you knew where to go. I didn't come from a hunting family. My dad was a factory guy. My mom worked nights at a nursing home. We weren't country folk, but we weren't city people either. I guess I was just somewhere in between. I was always fascinated with wildlife. I'd read field guides, collect feathers, sketch birds from my bedroom window, even though I couldn't draw for shit. I had a copy of Animals of North America that I practically wore out flipping through. But I had this fantasy in my head that hunting was the natural next step. That if I really wanted to understand nature, I had to be a part of it in the rawest way possible. So one day, after bugging my dad for months, he bought me a BB gun. Nothing fancy. One of those pump-action .177 air rifles from Walmart. I still remember unboxing it in the garage, holding it like it meant something, like I had just crossed a line into manhood or something ridiculous like that. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know what I was going to hunt. Squirrels, maybe rabbits if I got lucky. I hadn't even killed a fish at that point. Anyway, the day I'm talking about was one of those cool spring evenings, early April or so. The air had that damp smell like everything was still drying out from snowmelt. I had my BB gun slung over my shoulder, a half-full water bottle in my hoodie pocket, and a cheap pair of binoculars around my neck. I walked out to the woods behind our subdivision, about 30 acres of mixed hardwood and pine, mostly undeveloped. There was a narrow trail that led deeper in, and if you followed it far enough, you came to a clearing where an old farmhouse used to be. I remembered the farmhouse. When I was really young, like toddler young, it still stood barely. A rotted-out two-story thing with windows like empty eyes and a sagging porch. My dad had taken me there once when we were out walking. I remember it being spooky even then. By the time I was a teenager, it had collapsed completely, leaving only the foundation, a partial stone chimney, and a few broken boards buried under moss and leaves. The area around it had turned into a swamp over the years. Rain would collect there in puddles the size of small cars. Trees leaned crooked, and the soil smelled sour, like decay. It was quiet, the kind of place most kids wouldn't hang around. But that night, I was drawn to it. I can't say why. Maybe because I thought I might find something to shoot. Maybe because dusk was falling and I liked how it looked. Everything washed out in gray and blue shadows. I felt like I was in a movie. I climbed onto the old foundation wall and sat down, my feet hanging over the edge, just watching the trees. Everything was still. No wind. No insects yet. Even the birds had mostly gone quiet. Then I heard it, a heavy flapping sound, slow and deep, like someone waving a tarp in the air. I turned just in time to see a large bird land in a dead tree about 30 feet away. It was big. Not eagle big, but bigger than any crow or hawk I'd ever seen. Its wings folded in and it hunched down, silhouette sharp against the fading sky. Its head swiveled, owlish. I couldn't make out the color, but it was broad across the shoulders and narrow through the tail. Something about it looked regal old. Maybe a barred owl. Maybe a great horned. At that time, I didn't know the difference. I just saw a target. I raised my BB gun, took aim, and shot. The pop of the air rifle echoed across the clearing. The bird flinched and spread its wings, too late. I must have hit it somewhere, because it tumbled out of the tree like a sack of rags, screeching all the way down. It wasn't a normal bird cry. It wasn't a caw or a hoot or even a scream. It was deep and ugly like something tearing, something pained and unnatural. A ripping sound that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I stood there frozen, still holding the gun, my heart sinking fast. I remember thinking, what the hell did I just do? I climbed down off the wall, trying to see where it landed. But before I could even take a step, the whole forest lit up with sound. It started with one shriek, then another, then a whole chorus. But it wasn't birds. Not just birds. It was whooping, screeching, wailing, like 50 different things all going off at once. It came from the trees, from the ground, from everywhere around me. High in pitch, low in pitch, overlapping like waves crashing over each other. Some sounded like howler monkeys, others like coyotes. But none of it belonged in these woods. I backed up. My breathing was loud in my ears. I was surrounded. I couldn't see anything, but I knew there were eyes on me. Every tree felt alive. Every shadow seemed to breathe. The sound kept rising. Louder. Closer. I didn't stop to look back. I just turned and ran. And I ran fast. I ran through the brush, branches whipping my face, BB gun slapping my back. I jumped over fallen logs, splashed through shallow puddles. My lungs were on fire, legs screaming. But I didn't stop. Not even when I fell once and sliced my knee open on a rock. I didn't feel the pain until later. My house was about a quarter mile from there. Not far, but when you're terrified, it feels like 10 miles. I burst out of the tree line into our backyard, tripped on the slope, and crawled the last few feet to our porch. I threw the BB gun under the deck and sat there for a long time, trying to catch my breath. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't want my dad to take away the gun. I didn't want to admit that I'd shot something I couldn't even name. I told myself I imagined the noise, that it was some weird bird behavior, a mating call, maybe a freak echo. But I knew better. I knew what fear felt like, and I'd felt it deep in my bones. For weeks after that, I avoided the woods. I didn't even like looking out my window at night. Eventually, life moved on. I forgot about that evening. Or maybe I pushed it out of my mind. School, girls, sports, they all came in to fill the space. I still went outside, still hiked, still camped. But I never again aimed a gun at something just because it moved. Years later, when I was in my mid-20s, I applied to become a park ranger. I wanted to be part of protecting the same world I once disrespected. The training was tough, but I liked it. It gave me structure, purpose. The people I worked with came from all walks of life. Former military, biologists, old cowboys, quiet tree huggers. But they all had the same unspoken code. You don't mess with nature unless you understand it. And even then, you tread carefully. Now I'm stationed in a national forest, managing trails, assisting search and rescue, monitoring wildlife populations. I've dealt with my fair share of scares. Lost hikers, black bear encounters, flash floods. But nothing ever quite hit the same raw nerve as that day in the woods behind my childhood home. One fall, I took a vacation back to my hometown. Just a short visit to see my parents. The leaves were turning, and I had a few days to kill. One morning, I decided to hike out toward the old farmhouse clearing again, just to see if it was how I remembered. The trail was still there, a little more overgrown, but recognizable. I had on proper boots this time, a pack, a GPS, a field notebook. I was a professional now. I kept telling myself that. When I reached the clearing, I stopped. It looked smaller than I remembered. The chimney had finally collapsed. The moss was thicker. The swampy areas had spread wider. But it was still the same place. I stood on the old stone wall and looked out at the trees. Silence. The same kind of silence I'd heard right before I fired that shot all those years ago. I don't know what kind of bird I hit that day. I don't know what I triggered. Maybe it was a mating cluster of owls, and I hit the alpha. Maybe I disrupted a hidden roost. Maybe there were a dozen creatures just waiting for a signal. I've since learned that barred owls, when threatened, will call out and trigger group vocalizations that can sound absolutely insane if you're not prepared. But it didn't matter, because what I remember isn't the science, it's the feeling, the dread, the panic, the regret. That moment taught me everything I needed to know about how not to act in the wild. It taught me that curiosity doesn't excuse ignorance, that even the smallest action in the woods can create ripples. I haven't fired a gun in years, not even for sport. I carry a sidearm when I'm in predator country, but I've never had to use it. I'll come close, sure, but I always remember that sound. That awful, screaming sound. Sometimes I hear in my sleep, not the screech itself, but the memory of the stillness that came right before it. And it reminds me why I do what I do now. Not to conquer nature, not to live some macho fantasy, but to serve it, to keep a hold, to make sure some other kid doesn't step into the woods and make the same mistake I did. Because once you cross a I worked as a ranger for over 11 years. Most of those years have been calm, quiet, and even beautiful. When people ask what I do, they picture me riding a horse through the forest, maybe pointing at a squirrel or giving a lost family directions. That's part of the job, sure. But there's another side, one that nobody talks about unless you've been there. A side with silence, so deep it buzzes in your ears, with things moving in the brush just outside the range of your flashlight, and with strange people who don't belong out there. One of the worst nights I ever had in the forest happened in late September during the first real stretch of cooler nights in Central Florida. The mosquitoes were still out, but not as thick as summer, and the nights had that perfect balance, cool, quiet, and heavy with the smell of pine sap and damp leaves. I was working the northern sector of Ocala National Forest. That's where the land spreads out into endless patches of oak scrub, pine flats, and wet prairie, rough terrain, poorly maintained trails, and fewer visitors. Earlier that month, we'd had some reports come in. People complaining about weird signs nailed to trees, some small encampments deep in the woods, and strange noises at night. No details, just hikers feeling watched or finding broken branches that looked snapped on purpose, almost like trail markers or signals. That stuff happens from time to time. Usually it's hunters trying to stake out territory or people growing weed on protected land. Sometimes it's just bored kids messing around. But after one too many reports, I was asked to go deeper in and have a real look around. I didn't go alone. I called up a buddy of mine, Matt, who used to work as a seasonal ranger and knew these woods almost better than I did. He was more than happy to come along, especially since we'd be out past dark and possibly running into illegal operations. It's always better to have backup when you're miles from the nearest road and armed strangers might be watching you from the trees. Matt rolled up in his old 4Runner around 4 p.m., right as I was checking over gear. Between us, we had GPS radios, a satellite phone, water, food, a small first aid kit, and enough battery power to run our flashlights for 2 full days if needed. We both carried sidearms, and Matt brought his AR. I stuck with my 12 gauge. We weren't looking for trouble, but we weren't stupid either. Our plan was to take one of the older, less used firebreak roads deep into the sector and then hike into one of the more remote grid quadrants on foot. If there really were poachers or drug runners out there, they'd be using the overgrown trails where the brush offered better cover. We parked just off a sand path near the edge of a dry marsh, locked up, and started the hike in. For the first few miles, it was quiet. Not a weird kind of quiet, just regular woods quiet. A breeze through the pine needles. The scratch of dry palmettos against our legs. The occasional flutter of birds or rustle of squirrels. As the sun started to go down, that changed. The wind died out completely, and the woods went still. Not silent, but heavy. Even the bugs seemed to go quiet, like they were holding their breath. I didn't say anything to Matt about it, and he didn't say anything either, but I saw him glance around more often. You get used to certain rhythms out here, and when they change, your body picks it up before your brain does. We found a first odd thing about 6 miles in. It was just off the trail about 30 yards into some dense scrub. Someone had built a small structure, not even a tent, more like a lean-to, made from pine branches, black plastic sheeting, and rope. Inside were 2 old coolers, a couple empty jugs, and what looked like an old mattress half buried under moldy blankets. There were also signs, literally signs, bright orange paper stapled to trees, handwritten in thick marker. Go back, private property, danger, stay out. Which was ridiculous, because this wasn't anyone's private land. This was deep in the national forest, well past any property line. Whoever put those signs up wanted to scare people off. It worked for the hikers. It didn't work on us. We took photos of everything and GPS marked the site. No recent tracks. No fresh food. Whoever had camped there hadn't done it recently. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I turned off my flashlight to save battery, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. When I'd shine the beam over, there was nothing, just palmettos swaying or a branch bouncing from an old breeze. Matt didn't seem spooked, but I noticed he kept his rifle unslung. That wasn't like him. Usually he was laid back and didn't spook easy, but I could tell he was on edge. We kept going, moving along one of the narrower trails that cut between 2 old fire roads. These paths are rarely used, and the forest tends to swallow them whole if they're not maintained. I was walking point, using a high-beam flashlight and checking the trees for more signs. That's when I heard it. It was like something big was crashing through the brush fast. It came from our right, maybe 50 yards out. I stopped, and Matt raised his rifle ready. We both froze and waited. The crashing got louder, snapping branches, crunching leaves, something barreling through without any care for stealth. I figured it was a hog, maybe a deer spooked by us. But the direction it was headed, it was going to cross the trail in front of us. I crouched slightly, lifted my flashlight, and waited for it to reach the trail. It only took a second. Then I saw them. White legs. Just a quick flash, but unmistakable. They were pale, skinny, and human. They crossed the trail in a blur, moving low to the ground. Too low for a person running upright. But they were definitely human legs. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. I looked at Matt and saw his jaw tight and his eyes scanning the woods like a hawk. We kept moving, but slower now. Every few steps, we stopped to listen. We heard the crashing once or twice more, but always distant, like something was circling us, watching but keeping its distance. It took us nearly an hour to reach the road again. My nerves were stretched tight, and I couldn't shake the image of those legs. No pants, no shoes, just bare, white legs tearing through thorny brush in the middle of the night. When we reached the cars, I was relieved mine hadn't been messed with. We put our gear away fast and locked up. We kept our handguns ready just in case and pulled out of the woods. I had the moonroof open and the forest looked peaceful again, quiet and still under the stars. It was hard to believe anything weird had happened at all. But then about half a mile down the road, the headlights caught something. A man. He was walking along the edge of the dirt road, facing away from us. No backpack, no flashlight, just a button-down shirt and a pair of shorts. Same pale legs, same height, same build. He didn't even flinch as we passed. He didn't look at us, didn't try to signal or hide. Just kept walking. I watched him in the side mirror until he vanished into the dark. I slowed down, but Matt told me to keep driving. We didn't talk until we hit the paved road. When I got home that night, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a lost hiker, high on something. Maybe it was someone squatting illegally, living off the grid and scared we'd report him. Maybe it was a prank. But there were no other cars parked anywhere near ours. No bikes, no camping gear, no food, no tools. Whoever that man was, he was out there in the dark, moving through rough terrain barefoot and nearly naked with no light and no shelter. I reported everything to my supervisor the next morning. They sent a team out to the site, but they didn't find much. The signs were still there, but the camp was empty. No new tracks, no sign of the man. I still work the forest. I still love the job, but that night changed something in me. Now, whenever I step off the road and into the trees, I make sure I'm ready for anything. Not just wildlife or weather, but the people out there too. Because the truth is, it's not the animals you should be afraid of in the deep woods. It's the things that look like people, but don't act like them. And the scariest part is, they might not be trying to scare you at all. They might just be living out there, deep in the woods, where no one should be. And they don't want to be found. I worked for the Department of Natural Resources for just over 14 years now. Most of that time's been spent between northern Wisconsin forests and parts of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I've seen a lot in that time. Weather events, dumb campers, injuries, animal encounters, even missing persons. Some of it sticks with you more than it should. But the one place I've avoided going back to ever since it happened is a campsite called Aymar Indian Mound Reservation. I was sent there on a temporary assignment one October. The regular ranger was out on medical leave, and they needed someone to handle coverage for about a week and a half during one of their off seasons. Most of the summer Boy Scout troops had cleared out by then, but a few small groups still came through in fall, smaller troops, local hiking groups, even the occasional hunter using it as a base camp. I'd never worked Aymar before, but I'd driven past it a few times. From the road, it looks like any other wooded property in the state. Dense, low hills, mostly hardwoods, a few evergreens. You'd never know what was tucked back behind those trees unless you had reason to go in. I got there on a Monday, a little afternoon. The air was cool, but not yet freezing, mid-40s, damp from a light rain earlier that morning. The forest had that thick, wet leaf smell where you could already feel the cold months creeping in under it all. Aymar sits on protected native land, and you can tell once you're deep in it. There are mounds all over, low, oval humps that run through sections of the woods. Some are smaller, some stretch longer than a pickup truck. They're subtle, and most people wouldn't think much of them unless they knew what they were looking at. But once you know what they are, burial mounds, it makes you move differently. Quiet, respectful. The ranger station was just a simple wooden structure, half storage shed, half sleeping quarters. It had a wood stove, a cot, and some backup supplies. I dropped off my gear, logged in with dispatch, and got to work checking the posted assignments. There wasn't much. Trash collection at a few sites, a downed tree near the main trailhead that needed clearing, and a report of some raccoon activity near the mess hall area. Pretty standard. That first day was uneventful. I spent most of it hiking the trails and making notes. The tree was already marked off with tape, so I flagged it again and radioed it in for the maintenance crew to handle. I stopped by the older campsites. Some were empty, others had recent signs of use. One site down near the creek had half a log still smoldering in the fire ring, but no sign of anyone around. I doused it again and made a note in the logbook. Around 6 p.m., the sun started dipping behind the tree line, and I made my way back to the station. The forest gets dark fast in the fall. Light drops off like a switch being flipped. I made a fire out back and ate a small meal, then turned in a little after 9. My cot was stiff and the stove creaked as it warmed the air, but I was used to that. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a noise, not really. Just a feeling. Something wasn't right. The kind of feeling that wakes you even though nothing's obviously wrong. I laid still for a minute, trying to pin it down. The stove was quiet, fire burned out. The woods were silent. No wind, no crickets. Just the sound of my own breath in that still air. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not on the wood floor, but outside. In the leaves. 2 steps at a time, slow, dragging. The sound of damp leaves getting moved aside. Not the dry crinkle kind you get earlier in the fall, but the thicker, heavy kind that stick together and scrape across the dirt. The steps circled the building once. Then again. They'd stop by the door, pause for several seconds, then continue. I stayed perfectly still on the cot. I didn't move. I didn't breathe too heavy. I just listened. 3rd time around, they stopped again by the door. This time for longer. I had a flashlight and my service pistol near my bed, but I didn't reach for either. Something about the way the steps moved, too slow, too deliberate. Not animal. Not a casual person just wandering into camp. It didn't feel like someone who was lost or looking for help. It felt like they were trying to make sure I heard them. Like they wanted me to know they were out there. Eventually, the steps moved again. Back around the side, then away. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just laid there, head up, eyes toward the ceiling, listening for anything else. Nothing came. The next morning I got up with the sun. I stepped outside with my flashlight still in hand, even though daylight was creeping in. I checked the perimeter. Wet leaf cover everywhere, but nothing obvious. No boots, no drag marks, no broken twigs. I did find one thing though. Near the fire ring, just off the back of the station, a small patch of ground had been brushed clear. Not by hand. It looked like someone had used their foot to scrape it open. Maybe 2 feet long, a foot wide. Like someone wanted to expose the dirt underneath the leaves. It made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. I covered it back over with leaves and went about my rounds that day like normal. That night, I didn't sleep in the station. I set up a tent down at one of the sites instead. Site 7, not far from the creek. I didn't want to explain to dispatch why I left the post, so I logged my location as trail proximity check and kept the radio nearby. I set my tent close to the fire ring, facing the trail. I ate early, had a small fire, then turned in just after dark. The woods felt heavier than usual. Still no wind. Still no forest sound. Around 2 a.m., I woke up again. Same feeling as before. Alert. Wired. Like someone flipped a switch in my brain. Then I heard it. That dragging walk again. But this time it was closer. It came from the trail, then passed directly behind the tent. Just slow, wet leaf scraping footsteps, circling the tent once, then stopping just by the zippered flap. I could hear the slight shift of weight in the soil. Whoever it was, they were standing less than 2 feet from me. The nylon between us felt paper thin. I didn't move. I followed the sound with my ears and eyes. Just like before. No talking, no coughing, no accidental twig snaps. Just someone standing there, listening. Then the steps turned and circled back around the other way. I kept expecting to hear them fade off, to hear whoever it was leave. But they didn't. They just kept circling the tent. Same pace. Same dragging noise. I don't know how long it went on. 10 minutes? Maybe 20? Eventually, the steps faded away toward the trees. I didn't sleep again that night either. At first light, I packed the tent and moved back to the station. I reported the noise to dispatch, coded as suspected trespasser, and requested a drone scan. Nothing turned up. No campers reported missing. No hunters logged in for the area. No weather disturbances. That day, I went back to Site 7 with a shovel and quietly checked that same fire ring, just to make sure. Nothing was buried there. But I couldn't stop thinking about the way that scrape of exposed dirt had looked behind the station, like someone was trying to show me something. My last night there, I stayed in the ranger station again. I locked the door, loaded my pistol, and kept a flashlight in hand. I didn't sleep much. No footsteps came. Nothing circled. It was silent. And maybe that was worse. After I turned in my report and left IMR, I asked a retired ranger who used to work there about the place. Not directly, just offhand. I mentioned I did coverage there. He gave me a strange look, then said, "You probably noticed those mounds." I nodded. He paused and said, "You know, you don't see many animals out there, do you?" I hadn't, and not many birds either. I hadn't realized it, but he was right. I haven't gone back to IMR since. I could request reassignment, even now, but I won't. That place is quiet in a way the woods shouldn't be. Not spooky, not haunted, just watched, like it remembers everyone who steps through it. I still think about those footsteps, the dragging pace, the way they circle my tent again and again without ever saying a word or touching the fabric. It wasn't some ghost or fairy tale. I believe that, but someone was out there, watching, listening, and that's worse, because they're still out there, somewhere, and I know I heard them. I was about 6 years into the job when this happened. I had been stationed at a mid-sized national park up in the Northwest. It wasn't one of those crowded, picture-on-a-postcard type of parks. This one didn't get many tourists. Mostly backpackers, weekend campers, and the occasional Boy Scout troop. Dense woods, winding trails, quiet creeks. I liked it that way. It felt like the place ran on its own time. No noise, no city lights, just trees and dirt and space to breathe. That weekend, a few friends from my hometown came up to visit. I've been trying to get them out here for a while. They were all used to city life, and I figured a few nights under the stars would do them some good. We set up camp in one of the public access sites near the northern loop. Not too deep in the park, but not exactly next to the Welcome Center either. About 1.5 miles of trail between us and the nearest ranger shack. It was a long walk, but I wasn't worried. I knew the place like the back of my hand. There were 4 of us in total. Me, Mark, Devin, and Luis. I'd grown up with these guys. Mark was the one I knew best. We played baseball together all through high school. He had this weird, kind of slumped walk, like his knees never straightened out all the way. That's not important right now, but it will be. The first night was easy. We cooked up some food, shared a couple beers, sat around the fire talking about dumb stuff. Usual reunion energy. Around 10, the fire started dying down, and I felt it, pressure in my gut. I knew I wasn't going to make it through the night without heading to the latrines. It wasn't worth trying to hold it. The nearest restrooms were a solid 1/4 mile down the main trail. Not ideal, but that's how these sites were spaced out. I told the guys where I was going, grabbed my flashlight, and started walking. It was pitch dark, the kind of dark that swallows you whole once you're out of the firelight. Even with my flashlight, the woods looked different at night. Deeper, more still. Sounds stretched out longer. Every little twig snap felt louder. It didn't scare me. I'd been in those woods hundreds of times before, but it definitely demanded my full attention. I'd barely gotten 50 yards from the site when I saw someone up ahead step out of the brush and onto the trail. I slowed down. The person had come from the path that leads to an old and used site. That one's been closed off for about 2 seasons due to erosion near the bank. The park hadn't gotten around to rerouting it yet, so it sat there, unmarked and forgotten, but still walkable if you knew where it started. The figure stepped right onto the main trail ahead of me and started walking in the same direction I was headed. I knew instantly who it was. That odd gait, the slow shuffle with a tiny sway. Nobody walked like that except Mark. It was him. I was confused, though. He'd left from a completely different path, not from our sight. There's no reason he would have come through the woods like that. It didn't make sense. I called out, "Hey, Mark." He didn't say anything at first, just kept walking. He was maybe 40 feet ahead. Then I heard his voice, clear in the still air. "Why are you following me?" I frowned. I raised my flashlight a little, not shining it directly at him, but enough to catch his shape. "I told you guys, I'm going to the bathroom." He picked up his pace, but not a run, just a faster shuffle. I tried to catch up, but the distance stayed the same. Every now and then he'd turn his head slightly and toss another, "Why are you following me?" back at me. Same tone every time. It was off. Something about his voice felt flat, almost rehearsed. Not angry, not surprised, just flat. He kept that pace until I lost sight of him, just before the clearing near the restrooms. I figured he must have gone in already. Maybe he had to go worse than I did. I shrugged it off, went in, did my business, took my time. When I came back out, I waited around a bit. No sign of Mark. I called out again. Nothing. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, checked the paths. Nothing. I figured he must have finished quick and walked back already. But when I got back to camp, there he was, sitting by the fire with Devin and Luis, roasting a marshmallow like nothing had happened. He looked up and said, "Took you long enough." I looked right at him and said, "You think that's funny? You messing with me?" He gave me that blank look. "What?" "Walking through the woods like that, coming out of the old site, asking why I was following you, trying to lose me in the dark." All three of them just stared. Devin laughed, thought I was joking. Luis was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I looked at Mark. He just shook his head, said he hadn't left the site, claimed he hadn't moved since I left, that he'd been sitting there with the guys the whole time. I didn't argue. Maybe they were trying to screw with me. Maybe Mark jogged back fast and zipped up his tent or something, made it look like he never left. It'd be tough to do without being noticed, but it was possible. They all swore up and down he never moved. I didn't push it. Figured they were messing with me. End of story. The night went on. We turned in around midnight. Everyone had their own tents. Mine was closest to the edge of the site, a little separated from the others. I liked being a bit apart when I camped, gave me some breathing room. Around 3 a.m., I woke up with that familiar pressure again. But this time, it wasn't worth the hike. I just needed to piss, and I wasn't about to drag myself to the restroom half a mile away. So I stepped out of my tent, barefoot, and walked maybe 15 feet into the woods. It was cold, dead silent. Even the bugs were quiet. I finished up, zipped up, and started walking back. As I got closer to the tents, I heard it. That soft, unmistakable zip of a tent being opened. Not mine, not from inside. Just the sound of fabric on teeth coming from Mark's tent. I glanced over and saw his silhouette. He crouched there, poking his head out. Then he zipped the flap back down. Just like that. Didn't step out, didn't say anything. I kept walking a little slower now, watching his tent. And then he stepped out. Only now he wasn't crawling. He stood up and walked away from the tent. Casual. He lit a cigarette. I could see his face when the flint sparked. Clear as day. His face, his shirt, his hair. Same gait. Everything. He took a puff and looked right at me. Then he said, "Can you hear me?" I nodded. "Yeah, I can't hear you." He stared a second longer, then said louder, "Can you hear me?" I answered again, louder this time. "Yeah, I can't hear you, what the hell?" He just turned and walked toward the cars like it didn't matter. I followed, pissed off now. He was really trying to sell this prank. I stayed maybe 30 feet behind, kept my flashlight on the ground so I didn't blind him. He rounded one of the cars. I turned the corner maybe 3 seconds later, and he was gone. Not walked off into the woods gone. I mean gone. No sound, no motion. Just the car, and empty space around it. I did a full circle, looked under it, behind it, scanned the tree lean. Nothing. I stood there in the dark for a good minute, just listening. Nothing. No footsteps. No brush moving. Just cold silence. I stomped back to camp, ready to tear into Mark, yank open his tent, and drag him out. Only I didn't have to. His tent was zipped up. I stood outside it, listening. He was snoring. Light, steady, unmistakable snoring. Same sound I'd heard 100 nights before on camping trips as kids. I didn't say anything, just backed away and sat by the dying fire, staring into the embers until morning. Next day, I pulled him aside and asked him point blank. No games. He looked at me dead serious and said he never left the tent. Swore on everything. Devin backed him up. Said Mark was snoring when he got up to pee himself around 2:30. Luis never heard a thing. I know what I saw. I know what I followed. It was him. Same walk. Same voice. Same face. But it wasn't him. I reported it later in my incident log. Didn't make a big deal, just noted unidentified person resembling member of group observed near campsite. I couldn't prove anything else. No tracks. No sign of anyone other than us. That trip was the last time I invited friends to camp out there. Something wasn't right. I kept going over it, trying to make sense of it. Drunken memory? Sleepwalking? I wasn't that drunk. And I don't sleepwalk. Whatever it was someone or something trying very hard to look like Mark. To sound like him. Move like him. But it got the little things wrong. The way he talked. The pacing. The way he kept asking the same question over and over again, like it was trying to figure something out. Sometimes at night, I still hear that voice. Not in my head, just in the woods. Can you hear me? I don't answer anymore. I've worked as a park ranger for most of my adult life. It's a quiet job most of the time. Cleaning up trail signs, writing tickets for campers who think they're above the rules, checking bear bins, the usual stuff. But every now and then, something happens that stays with you. Something that changes how you see the woods. Makes you stop looking at the trees like peaceful towers and start seeing them like dark walls hiding things you weren't meant to find. I've got one of those stories, and I don't tell it often. But here it is. It was the spring of 2013, and I had been assigned to a remote station near Echo Creek, inside the northern region of the National Forest. We had some heavy flooding the previous season, so most of the trails out there had been closed for months. Bridges were gone, the trail markers were washed away, and the land was scarred with debris. The higher-ups decided we needed boots on the ground again, so they reopened part of the area and stationed me there to start trail repair and make sure no one wandered off into the closed zones. Now, Echo Creek wasn't a popular area. It was rugged, poorly marked even before the floods, and far from the usual tourist traffic. But it was gorgeous country, jagged cliffs, thick pine forests, cold streams that never fully froze, even in winter. Black bears roamed through there. Cougars too, maybe even wolves, though I never saw one. The whole place had a stillness to it, like it had never really gotten used to humans being there. The trees felt older. The air tasted cleaner. But there was always something about it that made you feel watched. I was alone out there. That wasn't unusual. The ranger station was a small concrete structure with a water tank, a diesel generator, and a shed for tools. I had a truck, a satellite radio for emergencies, and enough food for 3 weeks. Once a week, I was scheduled to check in with HQ via radio. Other than that, I had no visitors, no co-workers, just me and miles of broken trail. On my 3rd day out there, I started noticing signs of human activity, the kind that didn't make sense. I found a torn-up campsite about 2 miles off the reopened trail. No tent, just a few broken poles, an old campfire, some scorched trash, and a ripped-up sleeping bag that looked like it had been clawed at. Could have been a bear, but it didn't look like any bear signs I'd seen. No hair, no prints, no droppings, just mess. I reported it to HQ in my weekly check-in. They said they'd look into it, but didn't seem too concerned. The next few days, I kept finding more weird things. A backpack halfway buried under pine needles with all the zippers opened. Empty snack wrappers stuck into the branches of a tree 5 feet off the ground. A small pile of rocks arranged in a spiral, maybe 6 feet wide, out in the middle of a clearing. No signs of who made it. No recent boot prints. No fire. Just a spiral of rocks like something you'd see in a kid's ghost story. I documented everything. Took pictures. GPS coordinates. But still, no sign of people. Just the aftermath, like someone had been there and vanished. One morning, I decided to hike further upstream along the creek into the section that was still technically closed. I knew I wasn't supposed to go beyond the marked zones, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Maybe more than one someone. Maybe they were hurt. Maybe they were squatting. Maybe they were lost and too scared to make contact. Either way, I needed to know. It was rough terrain. The flood had ripped out huge chunks of the trail, and in places, the creek had rerouted itself entirely. I had to bushwhack through thick brush, climb over fallen trees, and even wade across the water at one point. The further I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no wind, just my boots crunching and the occasional sound of the creek. After about 3 hours, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A boot, a single hiking boot, sitting right in the middle of a patch of moss. Perfectly upright, like someone had just stepped out of it. The laces were tied. No signs of dragging. No tracks around it. Just that one boot. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. I didn't touch it at first. Just took some photos, marked the spot on my GPS. Then I crouched and finally lifted it. It was dry inside. No blood. No teeth marks. Nothing. That night, back at the station, I went through my notes again. Something was off. Everything felt too clean. Too deliberate. Like someone was leaving a trail for me. Or for someone else. By the end of the week, I was sleeping with my rifle loaded. The next day, things escalated. I was on patrol around noon, walking a fire access road that had mostly washed out. About 4 miles out, I saw something shiny up ahead. As I got closer, I saw it was a trail camera, one of ours, but not in the usual position. Someone had taken it off the tree and placed it at ground level, facing up the trail like it was watching me. It wasn't damaged, just moved. I collected it and brought it back to the station. When I checked the SD card on my laptop, most of the photos were of animals, deer, raccoons, even a coyote or two. But then I hit a set that made my blood go cold. In 4 of the photos, time-stamped at just after 3 a.m., 2 nights before, a man was standing in the middle of the trail, wearing what looked like an old army jacket and jeans. His face was turned away from the camera, just barely visible in the edge of the flash. But in the last photo, he was looking directly into the lens. There was no way he didn't know it was there. That last photo looked intentional, like he'd stepped forward just to be seen. The worst part? I recognized the spot. That camera had been set up 2 miles from my station, near the bend in the creek where the trail narrows. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't report the photos either. Don't ask me why. Maybe I didn't want to sound crazy. Maybe I didn't want to explain why the camera had been out of position. Or maybe I didn't want to deal with someone telling me it was a prank. But I knew what I saw. Over the next few days, more things started happening. I'd hear twigs snap at night. Once I found boot prints circling my truck, fresh, not mine. My gasket went missing. One morning, I found the back door to the station cracked open, even though I always locked it. Nothing was taken. Nothing broken. Just open. I felt hunted. Eventually, I decided I needed to hike out. My scheduled rotation was still 6 days away, but I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched every second. I kept imagining someone standing in the trees, just out of view, watching through binoculars or a scope. Not moving, just waiting. I packed up my essentials, food, water, rifle, first aid, emergency beacon, and headed out at dawn, planning to hike the main trail back to the closest ranger post about 18 miles away. About 4 hours in, I reached a fork in the trail. One path led up a ridge I knew well. Hard climb, but safer view. The other was shorter, but passed through a narrow valley where I'd seen the strange signs before. I chose the ridge, but halfway up I heard it. A scream, not a word, just raw panic sound. Male by the tone of it. Somewhere behind me. Close. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. The sound didn't repeat. Just one scream, then silence. I didn't move for nearly 10 minutes. Rifle ready, eyes scanning the trees. Eventually, I kept climbing, faster now, watching my back every few steps. I camped that night near the top, away from the trail. No fire, just dry food and silence. At sunrise, I started back down toward the outpost. That last stretch was the worst. Every shadow looked like movement. Every gust of wind felt like breath on my neck. When I finally saw the roof of the ranger station down the hill, I damn near ran the last half mile. I told the ranger on duty everything, every detail. He looked at me like I was overreacting, but he agreed to go back out there with me the next day. When we returned, we found nothing. No footprints, no move gear. Even the boot was gone. But the trail camera? That was the part that got him. Because when we hiked to the location where I'd originally found it, we found another one. Same model, same serial number, attached to a different tree this time. facing the same direction. And when we checked the card, we found something neither of us expected. Pictures, new ones, of me, standing on the ridge trail, from behind, taken less than 24 hours earlier. We pulled every card from every camera in the area. At least 4 of them had similar photos. Always me, always from behind, always just out of earshot. Someone had been tracking me the entire time. A search was launched the following week. They brought in extra rangers, dogs, even a helicopter. Nothing was found. No squatters, no camps, no signs of long-term habitation. Just empty woods. The investigation was quietly closed after a month. Officially, the photos were chalked up to a lost hiker coincidentally captured on camera. The implication being that I just got paranoid. But know what I saw? The angles, the timing, the deliberate placement. Someone was out there, and they wanted me to know it. I haven't been back to Echo Creek since. They offered me a reassignment the next year, and I took it without a second thought. These days, I stick to more populated parks, places with regular visitors, trail runners, families, people who carry bear spray and post selfies with trail markers. I still think about it, though, all the time. I've been working in the National Park Service for over a decade. I've seen bears tear open car doors like they were paper, had hikers vanish mid-trail, found mangled tents with no one around for miles, and even spent a full week searching for a man who wandered off and was never found. But nothing compares to what happened in the fall of 2017 when I was stationed in a remote stretch of backcountry parkland near the Wyoming border. I was working the western edge of the park, close to a dense patch of forest we call the Black Ridge area. It wasn't named on any maps that way, but every ranger knew what you meant if you said it. It was steep, heavily wooded, and didn't see much foot traffic. There were no scenic overlooks, no campgrounds, no historical landmarks, just a narrow trail used by the occasional backpacker looking for solitude. That's where I was rotated to in mid-September of that year. I'd just come off a summer packed with rescues and fire watch duty, and I was looking forward to something quieter. Black Ridge was always quiet. Too quiet sometimes. It was the kind of place where even birds didn't seem to make much noise. You'd walk half a mile in and hear nothing but your own boots crunching pine needles. No wind, no chatter, just the stillness. The station I was working from wasn't really a station. It was a trailer set up near a logging road, miles from the nearest town. It had a bunk, a radio, a stove, and a small desk where I'd file my daily logs. I'd go out on foot every day around sunrise, hike the perimeter of my assigned sector, check for anything out of place, down trees, washed out trails, illegal campsites, and get back by early evening. It was routine work, nothing fancy. One morning, around the second week into my rotation, I set out on what was supposed to be a standard trail inspection up near the North Ridge. I'd gotten reports of an older man who'd gone solo backpacking 2 weeks earlier and hadn't checked in with anyone. His car was still parked at the trailhead, and although he wasn't overdue enough to trigger a full-scale search yet, we'd been told to keep an eye out. I didn't expect to find him. Most of the time people like that either found a way out on their own or had a GPS tracker that would eventually ping a cell tower. I took the northbound trail past Devil's Fork, crossed a dried creek bed, and started climbing the switchbacks toward the ridge. That part of the trail hadn't been maintained in years. Fallen logs blocked parts of it, and overgrowth had started to cover the path in places. I had to stop more than once to saw through branches just to keep going. I wasn't expecting much out there. Mostly just trees, shadows, and maybe some signs of animal activity. But when I was a few miles in, close to where the trail reaches a narrow ridge that looks out over the old fire burn area, I noticed something off to the side of the trail. It was a bit of old canvas tarp barely sticking out of the ground, like it had been partially buried. I wouldn't have seen it if the sun hadn't been shining directly on it. My first thought was that it was part of an old camp someone had abandoned, maybe trash or a forgotten shelter. I stepped off the trail and knelt down to get a closer look. The tarp was stiff and brittle, like it had been exposed to weather for years. It was pinned under some large rocks and half covered in dirt. I brushed away some of the soil and saw that it was covering something underneath. It wasn't a tent or a bag or anything like that. It was a hole, a shallow trench, maybe 3 feet deep, that had clearly been dug out by hand. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble to hide it. There were old leaves covering the top layer, packed in like insulation, and underneath that was more tarp. I pulled the tarp back and immediately smelled something foul. Not the smell of decay. Exactly. It was more chemical, like old gasoline mixed with rotting wood. I backed off for a minute, got some fresh air, then came back with my gloves and started pulling more of the tarp aside. What I uncovered stopped me cold. Inside the trench was a bundle of bones. Human bones. They were packed tightly in a curled position, like someone had been forced to crouch down inside the hole. The arms were crossed over the chest, and the skull was facing down, resting on the knees. I've seen animal remains out in the field plenty of times, but this wasn't that. This was human, and it wasn't ancient. There were scraps of fabric still clinging to the bone, faded but not rotted through completely. It looked like denim, maybe a jacket or pants. I stood there for a long time, not really knowing what to do next. There was no phone reception out there, not even close. I took photos with my work-issued camera, marked the location with my GPS, then started hiking back the way I came, as fast as I could manage. It took nearly 2 hours to get back to the trailer, and I immediately called it in. The next few days were a blur. Investigators were flown in by helicopter. The area was taped off, the bones collected and sent off for analysis. They found other things too. An old hiking boot buried nearby, a rusted canteen, and a knife that had been wedged into the side of a tree trunk, blade first, like someone had thrown it and walked away. They didn't say much to me about the findings. Officially, the remains were undetermined in terms of identity, but off the record, one of the local deputies told me it looked like the person had been buried for at least 10 years, maybe more. There were no clear signs of trauma, no bullet holes or knife marks on the bones, but the position of the body suggested it wasn't an accidental death. People don't curl up like that on their own and then cover themselves in leaves and tarp. After that, I kept thinking about how close I'd been to just walking past it. If the sun had been angled just a bit different, I might have missed the tarp completely. And even if someone had found it years later, it probably would have been scattered by animals or buried deeper by snowfall and erosion. I kept asking myself who had buried the body. And why there? Why that spot? A few weeks later, while the area was still technically closed to the public, I went back out with a couple other rangers to do another sweep of the ridge trail. We were told to keep an eye out for anything unusual, more tarp, old belongings, anything that might link to the body. We split up and searched parallel paths about 50 yards apart, slowly combing through the undergrowth. About an hour in, I found something else. It was higher up the ridge, in a narrow ravine that you could only reach by climbing over a set of large boulders. There was no trail nearby, no reason for anyone to go that way unless they were trying to stay out of sight. At first, I thought I was looking at an old hunting blind. There was a rough structure made of branches and bark wedged between two trees, camouflaged with moss and brush. But when I got closer, I saw that it wasn't for hunting. Inside the structure was a rusted metal box. It was the kind of lockbox you keep tools in. I pried it open with my multi-tool and found a stack of notebooks, wrapped in plastic. Old, moldy, water-damaged, but still mostly readable. The handwriting was small and tight, pages filled from edge to edge. I couldn't make sense of them all right away, but they seemed like journal entries, dozens of them. They described the same area I was standing in. Same trails, same ridges, same trees. But the author wasn't a ranger. He, or she, wrote like someone who was hiding, living out there. I brought the notebooks back with me. The pages were turned over to law enforcement, but I managed to read a few of them before they disappeared into evidence. The entries talked about avoiding people, watching hikers from a distance, waiting for the right time to correct things. One entry even mentioned digging a shelter for the mistake. That's the exact wording, shelter for the mistake. The investigators suspected the person who wrote them was some kind of recluse, maybe mentally ill, maybe dangerous, but they never found who it was. No one had a name, no matching fingerprints, no missing persons report that fit the timeline exactly. They searched the area for weeks, even brought in dogs. Nothing else turned up. After that, I asked for a transfer. I couldn't hike those trails anymore without looking over my shoulder. I kept thinking about how close the journal writer had been. Maybe watching, maybe still out there, living off the land, keeping quiet, waiting for the next mistake. The fact that the body I found had been there for a decade made it worse. That meant someone had been using that area for years without anyone knowing. Someone had chosen that forest, that trail, those woods for a reason. I eventually moved to a park in Arizona. Desert terrain, wide open spaces, nothing to hide in. I've worked there ever since, and while I still deal with the usual ranger duties, lost hikers, illegal fires, heat exhaustion, I sleep better at night. I don't dream about buried bones or notebooks filled with paranoia, but I still think about Black Ridge sometimes. Still wonder what else was buried up there, waiting for someone to trip over a corner of tarp and dig too deep. If you ever hike alone in the backcountry, stay on the trail. Trust your gut, and if something feels off, don't ignore it. There's always a reason someone hides a body. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 20 years. I've done winter patrols in snow deep enough to bury a truck, helped rescue injured climbers hanging off sheer granite faces, and tracked missing hikers through mountain storms that felt like they wanted to chew me apart. I've seen a lot, but the scariest thing I ever experienced didn't come from bears or getting lost in a blizzard. It came from a man, a regular person, and it happened just because I decided to check a forgotten trail. It started in late October, 5 years ago. Our park, located in the Southern Rockies, had already seen its first couple of snowfalls. The higher elevations had snow sticking by then, and most of the tourists were gone. We usually closed off some trails after the first hard freeze, but a few remained technically open for any backcountry hikers who had the gear and experience. There was one trail called Hollow Ridge that barely anyone used anymore. It was steep, narrow, overgrown in places, and it didn't lead to anything special. No lake, no viewpoint, no cool landmark. It looped off the main thoroughfare about 6 miles out, curved along a ridge line for a few miles, and then dropped back down near an old forestry cabin we hadn't used in years. Still, it was on the maps, so we kept it open on paper, even if nobody had maintained it in a while. On that particular Thursday, I was the only ranger assigned to that region for the week. My partner, Dan, was out sick. I was doing solo patrols, checking trailheads, cleaning up trash from campsites, and making sure people weren't lighting fires with the high wind warnings. Nothing special. That afternoon, I parked the truck at the Lone Pine Trailhead packed light. Radio, GPS, flare, snack bars, water, sidearm, and decided to hike in about 6 or 7 miles, then loop back. I figured I'd go check the Hollow Ridge Spur Trail just to see if anyone had camped up there and left a mess. You'd be surprised how many people try to sneak off-grid just to avoid paying the backcountry permit fees. They leave beer cans, cigarette butts, all kinds of garbage behind. The weather was cold but dry. Wind was cutting through the trees in sharp bursts, but nothing too dramatic. The skies were that dull steel gray you get before a big snow. Everything felt still. I remember thinking the forest looked frozen in place, even though there wasn't much snow yet on the ground. I hiked about 5 miles in and reached the spot where Hollow Ridge branched off. The trail sign was half buried under fallen needles and dirt, and the wood was so dry it looked like it might crumble if I touched it. I hadn't walked that path in over 2 years. It snaked upward through a dense patch of fir and pine trees. The trail narrow and eroded in places. Old stone steps poking through where CCC workers must have laid them in the 1930s. About half a mile in, I saw something that made me stop. Footprints. Fresh ones. 2 sets. That caught my attention right away. I knelt down and took a closer look. The first set looked like standard hiking boots. Big, maybe size 12 or 13. Deep tread. The second set was smaller, lighter, almost like running shoes. That didn't sit right with me. Running shoes this far out, in October, on a steep, rocky trail that hadn't been maintained, that was dangerous. Really dangerous. I checked the depth of the prints. They were fresh. The soil here had frozen hard at night, but had thawed just enough during the day to take impressions. These had to be from that same day. Maybe the previous afternoon at the latest. I followed them. The two sets stuck close together, walking side by side at first. Then, after another few hundred yards, the larger ones started to drift ahead. The smaller ones lagged. Eventually, they separated by a good 20 feet, then 30. Still headed in the same direction, but something had changed. Another half-mile in, I found an old fire ring. Someone had recently used it. Still warm ashes. Charred sticks. One partially burned Cliff bar wrapper. No tent, no gear, no sign of people, though. I called in on the radio. Let base know I was on Hollow Ridge and had found fresh tracks and signs of a campfire. Nobody answered. Probably out of range. From there, the trail narrowed again and hugged a slope. To my left, trees stretched down a steep drop-off, maybe 200 feet into a forested gully. To my right, the slope rose into rock and undergrowth. I had to watch my footing. That's when I saw something else. A piece of torn fabric caught on a low branch. I plucked it free and examined it. Thin cotton, red and white stripes. It looked like it came from a flannel shirt. The edge was ripped jagged, like it had been torn off by force. I kept walking. About a quarter mile later, I started noticing something else. The smaller footprints, the ones from the running shoes, were beginning to stagger. Instead of a clean left-right pattern, they started wobbling, like the person was limping, or being pulled, or drunk. They veered a few feet off trail, then came back. Then, suddenly, they stopped altogether. Just stopped. The larger prints kept going. Alone now, I froze there, crouched beside the trail, staring at that final footprint. It pointed inward toward the trail, as if whoever made it had turned to face their companion. Or something else. My heart was beating faster now. I scanned the trees. Everything was quiet. Then I looked over the edge of the trail, down into the slope to the left. That's when I saw the first dark spot. A stain in the dirt, about 10 feet down. I slid down, careful not to lose balance. It was blood. Old, maybe a day, but not frozen yet. A shallow smear of it across the needles and dirt, like someone had been dragged. I followed it. 15 feet down, under a tangle of brush and half covered with broken branches, I found a torn backpack. Light blue. Small. Inside were a few energy bars, a cracked phone with a dead battery, and a student ID card from University Down in New Mexico. The name was Emily R. She looked about 20. I called in again. Still no signal. I moved carefully, eyes scanning every inch of the slope. No body. No footprints here, just the drag marks and blood leading downhill. That's when I saw the cave. It was half hidden behind a cluster of boulders, maybe 5 feet tall and dark inside. Looked more like a slit in the rock than a real cave. The kind of place you'd never notice unless you were standing right on top of it. The blood trail led straight to it. I stopped. I've been trained for all kinds of situations. Bear dens, injured hikers, meth labs, even suicides. But something about this made the hairs on my neck rise. I drew my sidearm and moved slowly to the edge of the opening. Shined my flashlight inside. It went back farther than I expected. Maybe 20, 30 feet. I stepped inside, crouching low. The smell hit me first. Rotting meat, old sweat, urine. My light caught on something in the back corner. Sleeping bag. Torn open. Dark stains soaked through it. Something inside. A pile of dirty clothes next to it. A cracked camp stove. Empty cans. Then movement. A figure jerked up out of the shadows. I stepped back and raised the weapon. But it wasn't a bear. It was a man. Thin, ragged beard, dirt-caked skin, wild eyes. He looked like he hadn't bathed in months. He was shirtless, shivering. His ribs stuck out under his skin like piano keys. But his eyes were wide open, locked on me. And he didn't move. I backed out of the cave, slowly. My heart was thudding in my chest. I lowered the weapon just enough to avoid escalating it. But I didn't put it away. He didn't follow. I circled wide around the slope and got back to the trail. I needed to get signal and call this in. Something was very wrong here. I hiked back faster than I should have. My legs were trembling. After about a mile, my radio crackled. Ranger Holloway, this is base. We received your earlier call, just now. Do you copy? I stopped and replied quickly. Told them everything. Tracks, blood, cave, possible victim, and the man I'd seen. They told me to return to the truck. A search and rescue team, along with law enforcement, would meet me at the trailhead. I made it out just before dusk. They arrived with dogs, drones, and a full forensic team. We went back up together that night, with floodlights and backup. The cave was empty. The man was gone, but they found more. Down in the gully below the cave, about 70 yards from the bloodstain, they found a shallow grave. Inside was a female body. Clothes matched the torn shirt I'd found. It was Emily. She'd been reported missing 3 days earlier by her college roommate. She was supposed to be doing a solo hike over fall break. Autopsy showed blunt force trauma to the head, defensive wounds on her hands. She'd fought. The backpack I found had some of her blood inside. But the most disturbing thing was the evidence inside that cave: old food wrappers, socks, a knife, human hair. Not just from her, from others. DNA later matched at least 3 different people in that space. We think the man had been living out there for months, maybe longer. A squatter, or maybe a transient with mental illness. Possibly violent. But when they finally brought dogs back the next day to track him, the scent was gone. He'd vanished. We closed the entire Hollow Ridge sector. I was stationed in a national park in the Midwest, somewhere between the edge of the plains and the slow rise of the Appalachian foothills. It's a quiet park, not one of the ones you hear about on the news or see influencers hiking in. We didn't have big snow caps or dramatic canyons. Just a wide expanse of dense hardwood forest, small rolling hills, some rivers, and a lot of caves and limestone formations under the soil that made the place feel hollow in certain areas. Old growth trees, quiet trails, and those long stretches of nothing that made people feel alone with their thoughts. I've been working there for just over 5 years at the time. I was one of the full-timers. We had a small ranger station tucked a few miles off the main highway. Just a handful of us stayed full-time through the off-season. In the summer months, it was busier. Families camping, kids getting lost for an hour or two before showing up covered in mosquito bites and tears. But once fall rolled in, most of the campers stopped coming, and by the time winter showed up, it was mostly just hunters and people who liked to be alone. This story happened in late November. We'd had a mild start to the month. No snow yet, just cold air, crunchy leaves, and the kind of silence that settles when all the bugs and birds go quiet. The trees had already dropped most of their leaves, which made visibility better, but gave the woods a stark, empty look that always reminded me of old photographs. The air carried sound better in the cold. You could hear footsteps on leaves from 100 yards away. That week, I'd been tasked with checking the back trails. These were the older trails, not the ones most people used. We had a few dozen miles of paths running through the woods, but some of the oldest trails weren't really advertised. A few of them had markers, but no signs or maps. They weren't closed off, but most hikers didn't even know they existed. These were paths that were cut a long time ago, maybe used by rangers in the early days before GPS or detailed topo maps. Most of them led nowhere in particular. I had to check a section called the Miller Run Trail. It wasn't even on our main maps anymore, but internally we had it listed as T17. It ran about 6 miles deep into the north end of the park over rough ground. The terrain out there was strange. You could walk a flat ridge, and suddenly the ground would fall out under you in a sink or a gully. Because the whole park sat on karst topography, limestone under the soil, lots of caves and water erosion. Parts of the forest shifted over time. Trees leaned in directions they shouldn't. Sometimes whole sections of trail would slide after heavy rain. That's why I had to go out there to document any changes, erosion, or potential hazards before winter made it impossible. I loaded my pack with water, protein bars, a GPS unit, backup batteries, a paper map, flashlight, satellite phone, and first aid gear. I didn't expect trouble. The forecast was clear and the air was still. Cold enough that you could see your breath, but not cold enough to need snow gear. I started the hike just after 8 a.m. from the service road near the old fire tower. The first few miles of the trail were uneventful. The path was narrow and overgrown, but it was still visible. It followed a gentle slope down into a valley, where an old creek bed ran through a mess of thorns and stunted saplings. I noted a few washed-out spots, marked them on my map, took pictures with my phone, and moved on. I stopped to eat around noon, sitting on a dead log in a patch of sun, the silence around me, so complete I could hear the faint ticking of my GPS unit. That kind of silence isn't peaceful after a while. It's oppressive. It starts to press in around you like a weight on your chest. About 4 hours into the hike, I reached a section of trail that looked off. The ground here had a strange texture. The soil looked cracked and dry, like something had shifted underneath it. I stepped carefully. In this kind of terrain, you had to always be ready for the ground to change under your feet. That's when I noticed something that didn't fit. About 20 feet off the trail, the leaves on the forest floor seemed disturbed, like something had scraped or shoveled them aside. It didn't look like an animal. Not even a bear would clear such a clean shape. It was a depression, roughly oval, maybe 15 feet across, like a scoop had been taken out of the earth. The soil in the center was darker, damp-looking, and slightly sunken. I didn't approach it right away. I stood still, just listening. The silence was still there, but now it felt heavier somehow. I scanned the area with my eyes. No fresh tracks, no wildlife sounds. I slowly walked toward the depression. When I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a hole. It was a sinkhole, one that had only recently opened. The edges still had raw roots sticking out, and the soil on the sides hadn't yet collapsed inward. I stepped around the edge carefully. The hole was maybe 6 or 7 feet deep, and at the bottom, I could see what looked like a layer of rock. But there was something else. Near one edge of the hole, half buried in the soil, I saw a shape that didn't belong. It was too straight, too smooth. I squatted down and used a stick to clear some dirt away. It was wood, rotting, old, but unmistakably processed lumber. I kept brushing and uncovered more of it. Eventually, I revealed what looked like the corner of a wooden crate or box. There was even a rusted metal hinge. It wasn't part of a tree or a root system. It was man-made. I got a sick feeling in my stomach. This wasn't debris from a trail structure. We never built anything like this out here. It looked older, much older. I took photos, marked the GPS coordinates, and then, stupidly, I tried to lift the corner of the box. The moment I applied pressure, the ground near my foot gave way. The whole side of the sinkhole collapsed in on itself, and I dropped down into the hole up to my waist. Dirt and leaves rained down on me as I scrambled to pull myself out. I didn't fall all the way in, but I twisted my ankle bad enough that I couldn't stand on it right away. I sat there in the dirt for several minutes, heart racing, not just from the fall, but from something else, a sense of warning. Like I shouldn't be there, like the forest didn't want me digging. When I finally climbed out, I limped back to the trail and sat down. I knew I had to report it. I pulled out my satellite phone and tried calling in, but the signal was weak. I managed to get a message through to dispatch with my coordinates and a brief summary. I told them I was hurt, not badly, but I needed pickup. Estimated I'd need extraction in 2 hours and that I'd head west toward the closest service road to meet them. They acknowledged and said they'd send a crew. I marked the trail, tied a bit of orange tape to a tree so I could find a sinkhole again later, and started the long limp back west. Every step hurt. My ankle was swelling, and the cold air wasn't helping. I moved slowly, scanning for signs of other hazards. That's when I realized I was being followed. I didn't hear anything at first, just had the sense that something was behind me. You spend enough time alone in the woods, you learn the difference between paranoia and actual presence. This was the latter. I stopped and listened. Nothing. Then I moved forward again, and after maybe 50 yards, I heard it, a soft crunch of leaves just one step, a second or two behind my own. I froze. The forest froze with me. Then nothing. I started walking again. Another 30 yards. This time I stopped suddenly mid-step, and behind me, too late, came the unmistakable sound of someone else stopping, as if they tried to match my timing but missed by a beat. I turned, scanning the trees. No movement, nothing visible, no sounds, but I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't panic. I just kept walking, slowly, trying to stay alert. I didn't call out, not because I was scared of monsters or anything like that, but because I suddenly had the very real fear that whoever was out there didn't want to be seen. It took me almost 3 hours to reach the service road. My ankle was twice its size by then. Just as I came up over the last ridge, I heard the hum of an engine and saw the lights of a Ranger ATV coming toward me. Relief hit me like a wave. They helped me into the vehicle and drove me back to the station. I didn't say much during the ride, just that I'd found a sinkhole, had an injury, and would file a full report. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the box buried in that sinkhole, the way the soil had been disturbed, the way I'd felt watched. The next day, I wrote my report, but I left out the part about being followed. I didn't want to sound paranoid. I turned in the GPS coordinates, the photos, and recommended that we send a team to survey the hole and maybe close off that section of trail for safety reasons. A few days later, the park sent a crew out. They returned with strange news. The sinkhole had collapsed further. The box was gone. Not buried, gone. As in, there was no sign it had ever been there. The dirt at the bottom was smooth, undisturbed, like the collapse had erased everything. They thought I'd imagined it. Even hinted that maybe I'd seen a root system or old tree stump. But I had the photos. They couldn't explain those. A week after that, I tried going back out there myself, this time in a truck, just to check the area again. But the access trail had been blocked by a fresh rock slide. Completely impassable, like the forest had sealed it off. I never did find out what was in that box. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was garbage, dumped by someone decades ago. I started working as a park ranger when I was 28. Before that, I'd been a firefighter in Wyoming. The hours were hell, and after a few years of constant adrenaline spikes, smoke in my lungs, and sleepless shifts, I burned out hard. I spent 6 months aimless, just floating until one of my old buddies from the fire service told me about an opening for a backcountry ranger in the Pacific Northwest, a place called Pine Barrens National Forest. I applied, got it, and didn't look back. Pine Barrens wasn't famous. It wasn't a tourist hotspot, didn't have any famous cliffs or waterfalls. It was just thick woods and rough terrain, spread across hundreds of square miles. A few hunters and hardcore hikers came through, but it stayed quiet for the most part. That's why I liked it. My job was basic: patrol trails, monitor wildlife, check permits, assist hikers, and watch for illegal activity like poaching or unauthorized camps. But the real work was deeper in monitoring fire risks, keeping track of weather changes, and making sure the more remote trail shelters weren't getting vandalized or trashed. I worked alone most of the time, and I liked it that way. I was stationed at a small ranger cabin near the edge of the North Sector, miles away from the main office. I had a truck, radio, sat phone, and solar panel for power. Once a week I drove out to town for supplies and fuel. Other than that, it was just me and the trees. In my second year there, something happened that I've never fully been able to explain, not because it was mystical or strange, but because it cut deep in a way that stays with you. It didn't make headlines. It didn't end with a shootout or big manhunt. Just a quiet, long trail of signs I didn't pick up on fast enough. It started mid-September. The summer crowds were gone, and the leaves were just beginning to dry and fall. That time of year always gave me a strange feeling. The woods started to change. Quieter. The wind picked up more often. Even the animals moved different. Every sound stood out more. One morning, I was doing my regular sweep of Shelter 9, one of the farthest back shelters, a 5-hour hike in from the nearest trailhead. The place was clean. Fire pit had been used recently, but the ashes were cold. No trash left behind, but something fell off. There was a weird smell. Not rot, not animal, just sour. Like someone had poured beer into an old carpet and left it in the sun. That kind of musty stink. I figured it was just someone's wet gear that had soured in the rain. I noted it and moved on. 3 days later, I was checking my logbooks and noticed something. Shelter 9 had been signed out 4 times in the last month. More than usual. Not a crime, but weird. What stood out was that all 4 entries had the same handwriting. Same sloppy block letters, different names. Dates were about a week apart. I dug out the physical permits from the lockbox. We always kept hard copies just in case. Same thing. The handwriting matched too well. Every signature looked like someone trying to make it look different, but it wasn't. I'd seen that before, poachers or squatters trying to fly under the radar. I decided to do a full sweep. I left the next morning before dawn. No truck access that far back, so it was a hike all the way in. I took my pack, food for 2 days, tent, binoculars, and a trail cam just in case. I also brought a locking chain. If someone was using the shelter illegally, I wanted to make sure they didn't get back in easy. The hike was quiet. No fresh prints on the trail, no broken branches, no wrappers or signs of passage. But as I got closer to the shelter, that same sour smell hit me again, stronger now. The kind of smell that made the inside of your nose burn. When I stepped into the clearing, I knew right away someone had been there. I'd swept it 3 days ago. Now the fire pit had new coals, and there were boot prints in the mud behind the shelter. Not fresh, but not old either. I checked around the back, and that's when I found it. Buried in the underbrush about 15 feet from the shelter was a plastic storage tub, half covered with sticks and leaves. I pulled it out, popped the lid. Inside were food wrappers, empty water jugs, 2 wet sleeping bags, a moldy paperback, and a .22 rifle. No serial number. Barrel was sawed off. Homemade silencer wrapped in duct tape. That alone told me enough. Someone wasn't camping for fun. I reported it over the sat phone, gave my coordinates, and was told to stay put while they contacted state police. I set up camp about 50 yards out, near the trail in, and waited. By nightfall, I hadn't heard anything back. I checked in again. No response. Dead air. Not unheard of, but unusual. I had backup batteries and plenty of charge. I tried again every hour. Nothing. I stayed up late, dozing in and out. The wind was loud through the trees, and every snap of a branch or rustle of dry leaves had me sitting upright. At 3:17 a.m., I saw a light. It was small, flickering, not a flashlight, a fire. I unzipped my tent, crept out into the dark. The light was coming from the direction of the shelter. I got low and moved slow, careful not to crunch too many twigs under my boots. I didn't want to spook anyone or get shot. When I got close enough, I could see 2 figures sitting by the fire pit. One was wrapped in a dirty blanket. The other was standing, pacing, smoking. I couldn't make out their faces, but they weren't talking, just staring at the flames or looking off into the trees. The pacing one kept glancing toward the trail, toward where I had been camped. I backed off and returned to my tent. I waited until dawn before trying the sat phone again. Still nothing. I packed my gear and decided to head out. I didn't want a confrontation. I marked the spot with a GPS pin and left quietly. As I hiked out, I passed 2 trail junctions where the dirt looked disturbed. Scuffed, like someone had crouched there or maybe waited. I didn't stop to investigate. Once I was back within range, I got a call through. I spoke with my supervisor, gave him everything, the shelter log discrepancies, the rifle, the people at the fire. He took it seriously, told me not to go back, not alone. A state police contact would follow up in the next few days, and they'd do a joint sweep. That sweep never happened. 2 days later, I got a call saying the permit records for the last month had gone missing. Every paper copy gone. No signs of forced entry. They asked if I had backups. I did. I kept photos on my personal laptop. I checked. Gone. Whole folder was just gone. I don't know if someone deleted them remotely, or if I just screwed up and lost them somehow. But the timing was too clean. A week later, the ranger who was supposed to help with the sweep, Donnelly, called in sick. Then he quit altogether. No notice. Just vanished. Never returned his uniform or radio. No one could reach him. That's when I knew this was more than just squatters. I went back out alone. I didn't tell anyone. I hiked in a different route, used an old fire road that hadn't been maintained in years. Slower, but less visible. The shelter was empty. Fire pit cold. Tub gone. No gear. No prints. But in the fire pit, half buried in ash, I found something. It was a driver's license. Burned around the edges, but the name was still readable. Marcus Leary. I didn't recognize the name, but I took a photo. Later that night, I looked it up. Marcus Leary had been reported missing in Spokane 3 weeks earlier. Last seen at a rest stop off I-90. I went to my supervisor and showed him. He nodded, said he'd reported, but nothing came of it. No follow-up. No police visit. Just a quiet brushing off. I started getting watched after that. Every time I left my cabin, I'd come back and something would be different. Once my truck door was unlocked. Once my radio had been moved. Another time, I found cigarette butts outside the back window. I don't smoke. I stopped sleeping at the cabin and started staying in town with a friend. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I knew what I saw. I knew what I smelled. A month later, they reassigned me. So it was budget cuts. Said they were closing down the north sector. I didn't argue. I left. Took a job up north in Montana, Glacier area. A year passed. Then I got a call from a former ranger buddy. He'd stayed behind after I left, transferred to the fire crew temporarily. He told me a hunter found something up near Shelter 9. A shallow grave, mostly bones. No ID, just a burned boot and some teeth. Cops called it animal activity. But the shelter? Shelter 9 was dismantled and the whole area closed to public access. Official story was storm damage. But I checked satellite images. There was no storm, just empty forest where a structure used to be. I never got closure. I never found out who those men were or what they were doing. Maybe drugs. Maybe worse. Maybe it was a hunting ground. All I know is someone didn't want that shelter found. And whatever they were doing there, it didn't stop when I left. It just got quieter. These days, I don't tell many people about it. I still work in the parks, still walk the trails, still sleep under the stars. But I keep my head down. I don't poke at things too hard anymore. I don't dig where I'm not supposed to. Because some things out there don't need to be understood. They just need to be left alone. I've been a park ranger for about 15 years now. Most of the time, it's peaceful work. You hike the trails, you answer visitors' questions, you clean up after the messy ones, and once in a while, you deal with someone who's gotten themselves into trouble. A broken ankle miles into the woods. A bear near a campsite. Maybe some dumb kids lighting fires where they shouldn't. Nothing you can't handle if you've had the right training and enough patience. But one summer, early in my career, something happened that changed the way I see these woods. It made me realize how quickly things can go wrong, even for people who think they know the land. Even for rangers like me. It was my third year on duty in a large national forest in northern Idaho. I won't say which one, because honestly, it's better this doesn't get too much attention. I was working a particularly remote district, mostly alone. This region was all dense pine forest, deep creeks, and stretches of land that could take you a whole day to hike through. Few trails were marked. It was rugged, wild, and not many tourists came out that far unless they were serious backpackers. I'd set up in a small ranger station near the base of a long valley. It was one of those off-the-grid setups. Solar power, no phone signal, satellite radio for emergencies, and a beat-up truck that I only used when I needed to check on the outer trailheads or bring in supplies. Otherwise, I mostly patrolled on foot. The first few weeks were normal. I did my daily routes, checked trail markers, and cleaned up campsites. Sometimes I'd see hikers come through, most of them regulars, older guys with season gear, a few solo campers who liked the silence. I make a note of when they went in and when they were expected back. That was routine. You always track who's in the woods. One Friday morning, a small group of hikers signed in at the station before heading out. There were 3 of them, 2 men, 1 woman, all in their mid-30s. Friendly enough. They said they were planning to hike up past Bear Ridge, camp near Elk Creek for 2 nights, then loop back by Sunday evening. I gave them some updated weather info, marked a few down bridges on their map, and reminded them to check in when they got back. They left around 9 a.m. That Sunday came and went. I stayed at the station a little longer that night, thinking they might roll in late, but nothing. It wasn't unusual. People misjudge time out here all the time. I figured they'd show up Monday morning. Monday morning, still no sign. By noon, I started to get that tight feeling in my gut. I radioed into HQ, let them know I had an overdue group, and said I'd hike out along their intended loop to check it out. I packed my gear, standard rescue kit, water, extra food, satellite phone, sidearm, standard issue for our district, mostly for wildlife, and headed out. The first leg of the trail was uneventful. The climb up Bear Ridge was long, but familiar. I knew every bend in the path. The late spring sun was high, and the air was dry and cool. I reached the top by late afternoon and started making my way down toward Elk Creek. That's when things started to feel off. About halfway down the ridge, I came across a small clearing where hikers often rest. I noticed some trampled grass and broken branches. Again, not unusual, but the fire ring nearby was cold, not recently used, but scattered with garbage. That caught my attention. Most backcountry hikers, especially experienced ones, don't leave trash behind. This looked like someone left in a hurry. I picked up a protein bar wrapper and a crushed water bottle, stuffed them in my pack. There was also a sock, a single men's sock, faded and dirty, like it had been on the ground a while. I kept going. As I neared Elk Creek, I started to see more signs. A piece of torn nylon snagged on a tree branch. It looked like a scrap from a tent. Not flapping in the breeze. This was snagged tight, like it had been ripped and caught. I made a mental note, kept moving. It was almost dusk when I reached the creek. There's a flat area just above the water where people camp. I came over the ridge, and that's when I saw what was left of their site. The tent was collapsed. One corner was still staked down, but the rest had been ripped sideways and partially buried under brush. A sleeping bag had been dragged a good 20 feet from the tent, half submerged in the mud near the creek. It was torn open at the seams, soaked through, and covered in dirt. No one was there. I checked the surrounding area carefully, calling out as I went, scanning for movement. I followed a trail of broken branches and boot prints leading north along the waterline. Maybe a quarter mile, but it eventually vanished into marshy ground. It was getting dark. I hiked back up the ridge, found a dry patch of ground, and set up camp. I barely slept. By morning, I called in again on the satellite phone. Told HQ I'd found signs of a possible struggle or panic at the site. No blood, no bodies. Just damage and disarray. They told me to stay put, and that a search and rescue team would hike in by afternoon. In the meantime, I kept searching. I moved farther upstream, thinking maybe they followed the water. That's common when people get disoriented. They stick to water sources. About 2 miles up, I found a boot. Just one. It was half buried in silt, not far from the bank. It had a name written on the inside with a Sharpie. One of the men from the group, his name matched the registry. From there, I scouted the opposite side of the creek. That's where I found the first body. It was the woman. She was face down in a shallow pool, half hidden by ferns. Her arms were at her sides, not in a defensive posture. Her pack was still on her back. It looked like she'd fallen. No obvious injuries, no signs of animal predation. But her face was slack, mouth open, and she looked surprised. Not terrified, just stunned. I marked the location with flagging tape and hiked back toward the main trail to guide the SAR team in. They arrived by 2 p.m. We retrieved her body, photographed everything, and kept pushing upstream. The next day, we found a second man, slumped against a rock ledge about a mile east of the creek. His body was covered in scratches, but none deep enough to kill him. It looked like he'd collapsed from exhaustion or dehydration. His tongue was dry, eyes sunken, and his canteen was empty. He still had his backpack, but the main pouch had been cut open, like he was tearing through it looking for something. We spent the next 3 days combing the surrounding area for the third hiker. No sign, not a scrap of clothing, not a footprint, not a single clue. After a week, the search was scaled back. Official cause of death, exposure, dehydration, misadventure. That should have been the end of it. But something kept nagging at me. I went back out a week later, alone this time. I knew I wasn't supposed to, but I couldn't shake it. The woman's face. The missing guy. The wrecked camp. None of it added up. Something had scared them, made them bolt in separate directions. Something that wasn't there when I arrived. I started looking in places the search team hadn't gone. Steep, wooded cuts and ravines. Off-trail gullies thick with brush. Places hard to search in a line. That's when I found the cave. It was hidden behind a curtain of rock and moss on the north-facing side of a small cliff. You wouldn't see it unless you were looking for shade or shelter. It was narrow, barely wide enough to squeeze through. But inside, it opened into a wide, dry space about the size of a small garage. And inside, I found something I still have trouble thinking about. There was no body, but there was a pile of torn gear, straps, shoes, a shredded backpack, scraps of nylon and polyester. In the corner, a pile of food wrappers like someone had been living in there. But what stuck with me most was the smell. It wasn't rot exactly. It was old sweat, filth, and something sour. Like someone had been hiding there for a long time. I left immediately, marked the entrance with tape, and hiked out. I filed a report, gave a location, and a team went back in 2 days later. They found more signs: feces, food remains, a makeshift sleeping mat, but no person. Whoever had been there was gone. I started digging through old records, asking questions. Turns out about 6 years earlier, another hiker had gone missing in the same valley. Never found. Before that, a solo camper had vanished during bow season. Again, no trace. No one ever put it together. The missing people were spread out over years. Different areas. No clear link. But I think there was one. I think someone was living out there. Maybe more than one. Someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who scared those 3 hikers so badly they ran in opposite directions and died alone in the woods. I worked in that district for another year. I never saw that cave again. Never found the 3rd hiker. But I know someone had been there. Watching. Waiting. Living just out of sight. And sometimes when I walk through the woods alone, I get that same feeling I got near Elk Creek. The hairs on my neck stand up. The woods go too quiet. And I remember the look on that woman's face, frozen in surprise. Like she'd seen something she couldn't believe. That's what still keeps me up at night. Not what I found, but what I didn't. When I first got the job as a park ranger in northern Idaho, I thought I had landed my dream. The position came with a small cabin, decent pay, and a huge stretch of land I was responsible for, miles and miles of forest, river, and backcountry trails. I was 28 at the time, already used to living alone, and I liked the silence. That part of the country was mostly untouched. We had a few regular visitors during summer, mostly backpackers and birdwatchers, but otherwise it was peaceful. The job was fairly simple most of the year. I patrol the trails, clear out any deadfall, check in with campers, post fire warnings if it got too dry. The station was old but well built, and I had solar panels and a generator. I even had a 2-way radio to connect with the Ranger HQ down the mountain. I'd done this kind of work before in smaller parks, but this assignment was by far the most remote. That's what drew me to it. About 3 months in, I found something I wasn't supposed to. It started with a report. A local hunter had called in about a strange smell deep in one of the less used sectors of the park, Sector 12. Most of the tourists never made it out that far, and even the hunters kept away. Not because there was anything wrong with the area, just because the terrain was steep and full of thick brush. I hadn't patrolled that section since I arrived, so I figured I'd hike out and take a look. I packed my usual gear: water, first aid kit, radio, flare gun, a tarp in case I had to spend the night, and a sidearm. I wasn't expecting any trouble. Probably just a dead animal, maybe a bear or a moose. Happens all the time. They wander off, die of natural causes, or get attacked, and nature takes care of the rest. Still, I went out early in the day, just in case the hike took longer than I thought. The trail into Sector 12 wasn't marked, not really. We had old maps that showed some logging paths from decades ago, but they weren't maintained. I followed the GPS and the topographical lines, moving uphill through tight stands of pine and patches of underbrush. After a couple hours, I started to smell it. The hunter hadn't been lying. It hit me like a wall. Rotting meat, sharp and sour. Stronger than any dead elk I'd ever come across. I pressed on, covering my mouth with my bandana. Around another half-mile in, I found the source. It was a black bear, or what was left of one. The body had been picked apart, not by scavengers, but cut open. Something about the way it was laid out wasn't right. The skin had been peeled back neatly like someone with knowledge had done it. The organs were gone, and there were deep cuts along the legs. No animal does that. Not clean cuts like those. The claws were missing too. That sent a chill through me. I took pictures and tagged the GPS coordinates. We have a protocol for poaching. Fill out a report, inform the regional office, and let the game wardens investigate. I started back toward the station, but I couldn't stop thinking about the bear. The smell, the condition of the carcass, it didn't sit right with me. That night, I filled out the report, sent it over the radio, and waited. Nobody responded. That wasn't completely unusual. The signal was weak up here, and sometimes the relay station on the other side of the valley went down. I'd try again in the morning, but the next morning, my radio was dead. No static, no signal, nothing. I checked the cables, the power source, everything. The generator was working fine. I even climbed up to inspect the antenna, but it looked untouched. I tested the backup handheld. Same result. Just dead air. That had never happened before. I figured it was a technical issue and logged it in the maintenance book. Still, it meant I couldn't contact HQ for a while. I didn't love that, but I wasn't too worried yet. Then the noises started. It was about 3 nights later. I was lying in bed, not quite asleep, when I heard it, branches snapping, heavy steps just beyond the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. I know what deer sound like. I know what bears sound like. This was heavier, slower, like a man walking through the forest with boots on. I stayed still, not making a sound. The steps circled the cabin, then stopped. I waited. After maybe 5 minutes, I got up and checked the window. Nothing there. No tracks, no lights, no sign anyone had been around. I stepped outside and swept the area with my flashlight. I saw nothing, but I still felt like I was being watched. That happened again the next night, and the next, always around the same time, just past midnight. Slow, steady steps circling the cabin. Never close enough for me to see. I stopped sleeping much. I started keeping my boots on and the gun beside the bed. Something wasn't right. I needed to get back to that bear carcass. Something about it kept pulling at me. Maybe it was the way it was cut, or the smell, or the missing claws. I had to go back. Maybe I missed something. This time I took a longer route and brought more supplies. I hiked in fast, keeping alert. When I got there, the bear was gone. Completely gone. No bones, no blood, no drag marks. Nothing. Like it had never been there. I checked the GPS twice to make sure I had the right location. I even scouted a few hundred feet in all directions. There was no sign of it. That scared me more than finding the body in the first place. Dead animals don't just vanish. Scavengers don't clean up that fast, and even if they did, there would have been bones or fur or something. But the ground looked like nothing had ever been there. I backed out quick and started heading back, but I took the wrong turn. I should have turned left at a split in the game trail, but I went right and ended up somewhere new. Somewhere I'd never been, and that wasn't on any map I had. It was a trail, but not one built by us. Narrow, barely wide enough for one person. The trees grew tighter here, thick and tall, blocking out most of the light. I felt boxed in. The air was cold and still. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I wanted to know where it led. I walked for maybe an hour before I came to a clearing. That's when I found the structure. It was an old shack, hidden behind a wall of brush. Looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Logs stacked by hand, roof mostly caved in, one broken window. No door, just a gap. I stepped inside, shining my flashlight around. Inside was worse than I expected. Bones, small ones, scattered in the corners. Animal bones, mostly. Some were strung up on the walls, tied together with wire and twine. On a table in the corner, I found tools, rusted saws, knives, clamps. A bucket full of dry blood. And something worse, a box full of claws. Bare claws, dozens of them cleaned and sorted. I backed out, heart racing. I didn't understand what I'd found. A poacher's hideout? Some kind of trapper? But the shack was old. Way older than any recent activity. But that meant someone had been maintaining it. Someone had returned recently to take that bear. I didn't waste any time. I started back the way I came, this time marking the trail with strips of tape. It was getting dark, and I wasn't going to risk spending the night out there. I kept my hand on my sidearm the entire hike. I made it back to my cabin just after sunset. I locked the door, pushed the table against it, and sat on the floor with my gun across my lap. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I tried the radio again. Still dead, so I left. I packed everything, maps, GPS logs, pictures, and started hiking down the mountain. I wasn't going to wait. It took most of the day to get to the road, where I flagged down a delivery truck heading toward town. I didn't say much, just that the radio tower was down and I needed to get to HQ. When I got there, I gave my report. I showed them the photos, the coordinates, the gear I found in the shack. They told me to wait while they looked into it. A week later, they told me it was an old poaching site, that the shack was known, that it had been abandoned for years. No active investigation. They couldn't explain the missing bear. They couldn't explain the footsteps. And when I asked about the broken radio, they just said it was likely weather damage. They thanked me for the report and said they'd handle it. Told me I could return to my post. I said no. I quit that day. I couldn't go back up there. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been watched, that I'd gotten too close to something I wasn't supposed to see. A few months later, I read a line in a local paper. A hiker had gone missing in the northern section of the park, last seen in Sector 12. They never found him, and I knew in my gut it was connected. I don't tell this story often, but every now and then, I still dream about those footsteps, that slow, careful walk around my cabin, the way they paused. Like whoever it was, they were waiting to see what I would do, how much I would figure out. I think if I'd stayed another night, I wouldn't be here now. So if you ever find yourself on a trail that isn't on the map, deep in the woods where the trees are too quiet and the air feels wrong, turn back. Right then, don't go looking for answers, because out there, in the places we don't talk about, some secrets are kept on purpose, and some things once seen don't like to be found. I've worked as a park ranger in Montana for nearly 15 years now. Mostly backcountry patrols, trail maintenance, SAR work when needed, and the occasional interaction with tourists who think they're invincible. I've seen my fair share of bad days, broken bones, lost hikers, run-ins with bears, people doing dumb things near cliffs. But nothing ever dug into me, quite like what happened during the late fall of 2018. It was a slow season. That's how it usually goes once October starts to fade. Most of the tourists are gone, and the snow starts creeping down from the high passes. I was stationed at a small outpost deep in the Lewis and Clark National Forest, about 2 hours from any town worth calling a town. We rotated rangers every few weeks during shoulder season. This time, I was solo for 10 days. The station I stayed at wasn't much. Just a small log cabin tucked into a stand of lodgepole pines, about 50 yards off a gravel service road that ran out to a dead-end trailhead. There was a hand pump well out back, a propane heater, a radio with just enough juice to reach the district office on clear days, and a metal locker filled with freeze-dried food. No internet, no cell reception, just the trees, snow, and silence. I liked it that way. I spent the first few days doing basic rounds, clearing down limbs from the trail, checking trail signs, cleaning up after the summer crowds. By day 4, a storm was starting to form in the mountains. The skies were gray, low, and heavy. Wind came down hard out of the passes. The temperature dropped fast. Snow started falling that night and didn't stop until the next afternoon. By then, we had about 14 inches on the ground and ice forming on the creek crossings. That evening, I started hearing something strange. It was just after dark, maybe 7 p.m., and I was sitting inside reading by the light of a lantern. The snow had slowed to a light drift, and the wind had died down. The whole forest was completely still, and then I heard what I thought was a knock. It was faint, one solid knock, then nothing. I waited a minute. Nothing else. I brushed it off, thinking it might have been a limb dropping snow or a pine cone hitting the metal trash lid outside. The cabin creaked a lot when it got cold, but a few minutes later, I heard it again, this time a double knock. A slow tap-tap, coming from underneath me. That was odd. The cabin had a crawl space, but it was small, just about 2.5 feet from the floor to the ground, sealed off except for a small access hatch outside. There was no way an animal that big got under there, not without making a hell of a noise. And we didn't have raccoons this far up the mountain. I stepped outside with my flashlight. It was bitter cold. My boots crunched over the snow as I circled the cabin and crouched near the hatch. I shined the light through the grating. Nothing but darkness under there. I gave the wooden hatch door a tug. It was still latched tight with the old metal clasp. No sign of disturbance. I figured maybe the cold was messing with the wood, or the wind had loosened something beneath the cabin that was knocking as the log settled. It was an old building. That night, I had a hard time sleeping. I woke up twice, convinced I'd heard something crawling around beneath the floorboards. The second time, around 3:30 a.m., I got up and stood there in my socks with my flashlight, scanning the inside of the cabin for movement. There was nothing. No sign of rodents. No cold air leaks. No new sounds. But I kept hearing the floor creak under the bed like something shifted its weight beneath me. The next morning, I bundled up and did another check. I cleared snow away from the hatch and got down low, shining my light back into the crawl space. It was cramped and low and full of cobwebs. Just dirt, an old pipe from the well pump, and some old plastic sheeting. I even took a stick and reached in to poke around. Nothing moved. No noise. No tracks in the snow around the cabin. I left it alone. Over the next couple of days, the knocking came and went. Always from beneath me. Always at night. It never followed a pattern. Sometimes it was one thump. Other times 2 or 3. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe ice forming and popping on the pipe, or cold drafts shifting air pockets. But it didn't feel random. It felt like something was choosing to knock. Like it was watching, waiting for the quiet moments. By day 6, I was jumpy. That night, it came again. Louder this time. 3 sharp knocks, right into the center of the cabin, beneath my cot. It sounded like a hand. I'd had enough. I got my flashlight, bundled up, and grabbed the crowbar from the storage chest. I wasn't about to sleep another night with this thing under me. I went outside and unlatched the crawlspace door. The cold air poured out. It stank like damp earth. I aimed a flashlight inside. Again, nothing moved, just shadows and dirt. I lay down flat and started crawling in. I don't know why I did it. I just had this need to look, to prove there was nothing in there. The space was tight, and I had to shimmy forward with one elbow at a time, holding the flashlight ahead of me. My breath came out in thick white clouds. The dirt was hard and dry. About halfway in, I found something. There were drag marks in the dirt, fresh ones. A pattern in the soil, like something had been pulled toward the far wall. I followed it, heart pounding. At the far side of the crawl space, wedged between 2 support beams, was something that didn't belong. It was a torn piece of fabric, a small red nylon scrap, like the corner of a backpack. I picked it up. It was half buried, frayed, and old. I shined my light around. Nothing else. I backed out quickly. The rest of that night, I sat awake with my boots on and the crowbar across my lap. The knocks didn't come back. The next morning, I got on the radio and called the district office. I didn't say much, just asked if they had a record of any missing persons out here in the last few years. The static came back clean. No recent reports in this section. I asked if any cabins or patrol stations have been broken into lately. Negative. I didn't tell them about the knocks. That afternoon, I hiked a few miles down the service road, checking the trail cameras we had posted near the trailhead. Most were buried in snow or dead from the cold. But the one mounted near the old utility shed, about a quarter mile from the cabin, was still working. I popped out the SD card and took it back with me. I had a small laptop at the station, mostly for logging maintenance reports. I slid the card in and opened the files. Most of the footage was boring: wind, snow, deer passing through the usual. But one clip from 4 nights earlier caught my attention. At 2:46 a.m., the camera triggered. A figure walked into frame. At first, I thought it was a bear standing upright, but then it became clear. It was a man, tall, thin, wearing dark clothing. No jacket, just a hoodie and jeans. No gloves. He had no gear, no pack. He wasn't walking on the trail. He came up from the tree line and moved quickly, almost like he knew exactly where the camera was and wanted to pass before it got a clear shot. He was barefoot. The clip lasted 7 seconds. Then he vanished behind the utility shed and never came back into frame. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I closed the laptop, packed a go bag, and locked the cabin door behind me. I hiked 3 miles to the ranger trailer at the lower elevation camp. Stayed there until my rotation ended 2 days later. I didn't sleep much. When I got back to town, I filed a report with my supervisor. Told them about the fabric, the camera footage, and the knocking sounds. They opened a quiet investigation. A few weeks later, a search team was sent up with dogs and ground radar. They found nothing beneath the cabin. No body, no signs of digging, no prints in the snow, and no trace of the man from the video. But someone had been up there. That part was real. I still think about the way the knocks sounded, how they started slow, random, and then got closer, sharper. How they seemed to know where I was in the cabin. How that camera caught someone moving at night in sub-zero temperatures with no shoes. I don't work solo patrols anymore. Not deep ones. Not in the shoulder seasons. I stick to main stations and visitor-facing jobs. My days of crawling into dark spaces with a flashlight are done. Because whoever that was, he knew I was there, and he was underneath me, just waiting. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 15 years now. Most of my time has been spent in northern terrain, places where you can hike for 10, 15 miles and not see another soul. And I liked it that way. I've never been a big talker, and I don't mind the silence of trees or the hard edge of cold wind across open rock. I'd rather be out on the trail or sitting in a lookout tower with a tin mug of coffee than stuck in an office or driving through traffic. The forest always made more sense to me than people ever did. This happened about 6 years ago during a summer assignment in a national wilderness preserve that I won't name here. Not because I'm worried about getting in trouble. I've long since moved on from that park, but because what I found out there still sits too close to the surface. It was a place deep in the mountains, far from any big cities, the kind of park where there's no cell service for hours, and the only signs of modern life are old logging roads choked with brush. The assignment started out normal enough. I was scheduled for a 6-week rotation patrolling the southern loop of the park. That meant checking on trails, clearing debris, logging wildlife sightings, and reporting back to base every few days over the radio. Most of the patrol area had no facilities, just backcountry trails, old hunting cabins from before the park was founded, and deep, jagged terrain carved by water and time. My main station was a small ranger outpost set near Glacial Lake. Nothing fancy, just a wood cabin with a tin roof and a radio tower that barely worked half the time. I had a cot, a stove, a stockpile of canned food, and a generator that coughed itself to life if I begged enough. If I needed to restock, the nearest depot was a 2-day hike north or a rough drive over washed-out roads. The place was cut off from just about everything, but it was beautiful, quiet, untouched, with cliffs that caught the sun like they were on fire at sunset, and air that tasted like pine and river stone. The first couple weeks went fine. I cleared fallen logs from a few trails, patched some signs, and even scared off a couple of drunk hikers who'd wandered too far into the backcountry without maps. That part didn't surprise me. It happens more than you'd think. People think nature's a playground until they realize how big and quiet it really is. Anyway, around the start of the 3rd week, I got a dispatch from HQ that a small crew of wildlife researchers was going to be entering my sector. They were doing a survey of black bear movement patterns, tagging, and releasing a few with collars. Standard stuff. I was told they'd be on the western slope for 3 or 4 days, then hiking north to another station. I made a note in my log, checked my maps, and forgot about it. 2 days later, I was doing a solo loop through a dry riverbed about 9 miles southwest of my cabin. It's a rough stretch, filled with shale and loose rocks, not a trail I'd send any casual hikers down. But it's part of the job to make sure no one's tried to set up camp or got themselves hurt. As I picked my way through the narrow pass, I found a first sign that something was off. At the bottom of a low slope, near a bend in the ravine, I came across a trail of boot prints. Not unusual by itself. It's a park after all. But these prints weren't on a marked trail. They came in from the west, across a stretch of terrain with no paths or roads, and they stopped dead near the rock wall. I followed them back a bit, thinking maybe someone had gotten turned around, but they didn't lead anywhere clear, just deeper into unmarked woods, over boulders and through thick brush. No blaze marks, no broken branches, no other prints. Just a single set, maybe a size 10 boot, headed in and then gone. I took some photos, marked the location, and kept going. My gut was starting to twinge, but it's not unheard of for people to go off trail, especially folks who think they're experienced. I figured maybe one of the researchers had wandered off course. I made a note to Radio HQ once I was back near the cabin. But that night, as I sat on the cabin porch watching the trees go black with dusk, the radio crackled. At first, I couldn't make it out, just static and faint popping sounds. Then a voice came through, rough and distant. It was a man's voice, and he said just 3 words. "Is anyone there?" I leaned in and answered, giving my name and outpost designation. The signal was bad, worse than usual, but I caught enough to understand. It was one of the researchers. He sounded exhausted, like he was out of breath and barely holding it together. I couldn't get a name, but he kept repeating something about the rocks and can't find the others. He mentioned the word cave at least twice. Then the signal cut out completely. I tried for nearly an hour to reach him again. Tried other frequencies too, but nothing came back. Just silence. The next morning, I packed up a day's worth of supplies and set out west, toward the area the researchers were supposed to be in. I figured if someone had gotten lost or separated, I could track them down and bring them back to the cabin or radio for help. By late afternoon, I found their camp. It was set in a clearing near a stream, close to a stand of old-growth pines. From a distance, everything looked fine. 3 tents, fire pit, gear stacked neatly. But as I got closer, something felt wrong. There were no sounds, no voices, no rustling, no signs of people, just the wind in the branches and the distant call of a hawk. I walked into camp slowly, calling out once just to be safe. Nothing. All 3 tents were unzipped and empty. Inside, I found sleeping bags, notebooks, tag maps, even a half-eaten meal still sitting in a pot near the fire. Whatever had happened, it had happened fast. I checked for tracks and found plenty boot prints in and out of the site, some animal tracks too, mostly deer and maybe a bear. But one thing caught my attention, a trail of deep, erratic boot prints heading west into the rocky stretch beyond the trees. The same general area where I'd found those strange prints before. I didn't want to risk going further with dusk coming, so I made camp there that night. I barely slept. Every crack of a twig or rustle in the brush put me on edge. But nothing came. No voices. No sign of the crew. The next morning, I followed the tracks west. They led me through narrow passes and steep ravines until I found something I still don't like thinking about. A small cave opening, hidden behind a curtain of moss and boulders. It wasn't marked on any of the survey maps. I never even knew it was there. But it looked like someone had passed through recently. Branches broken, moss torn down, and more boot prints. I didn't have a rope or a full climbing kit with me, but I had a flashlight in my pack. I hesitated, then stepped inside. The cave was low and damp, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through without crawling. The walls were rough, sharp in some places. I kept the beam low and watched for signs, scuff marks, dropped items, anything. About 30 feet in, I found a glove. A right-hand glove, black, with a torn seam near the thumb. I recognized it from the researchers' camp. The air got colder as I went deeper, the walls narrowing, pressing in. I kept going. It's hard to describe the feeling I had in that place. Not fear exactly, something else. Like the whole earth had gone still. Eventually, the tunnel opened up into a hollow chamber, maybe 10 feet wide, ceiling dripping with water. In the middle of the chamber was a pile of gear, backpacks, notebooks, even a small metal tag box for tracking collars. No people, no blood, no signs of violence. Just gear stacked like someone had left it there on purpose. That's when I heard something. Not a voice, not an animal, just a sound, like rocks shifting under pressure, like something large was moving very slowly behind one of the inner walls. I didn't stay to find out what it was. I turned and climbed out as fast as I could without breaking my neck. I marked the entrance, flagged it with orange tape, and hiked back to the cabin. That night, the radio was silent. The next day, I reported what I found. I gave exact coordinates and told them everything. Within 48 hours, a full search and rescue team was in the area. They brought dogs, medics, climbers, even a few federal agents. They found the cave. They found the gear. They never found the researchers. Not a trace. No bodies. No signs of struggle. The official report said the crew likely got lost and succumbed to exposure and environmental factors. Their families were notified. The cave was sealed and marked as unsafe. But know what I saw? I know that something happened in there. Something fast. Something that made 3 people drop everything and vanish without a fight. I left the park a month later. Took a different assignment on the coast, closer to people. I still go into the woods. I still sleep under the trees. But I don't go near caves anymore. Not if I don't have to. And if I ever hear a voice on the radio again, saying, "Is anyone there?" in that same broken tone, I won't answer. Because whatever was in that ravine, it wasn't just nature. And nature doesn't make people disappear without a sound. I started working as a seasonal park ranger in my mid-20s, right after I got laid off from my job doing maintenance for a private landscaping company. This was in the central part of Washington state, near the Wenatchee National Forest. At the time, I wasn't thinking long term. I just needed something to keep the bills paid. I'd done some camping and hunting as a teenager with my dad. So when a friend told me the Forest Service was hiring rangers for the summer season, I figured I could give it a try. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. The work was simple. Patrol trails, check permits, make sure campers followed the rules, and every now and then assist search and rescue teams when someone got themselves lost. A lot of it was just walking or driving around the forest and being available. I like the quiet. I like being out where the air smelled like pine and dirt, and sometimes smoke. The other rangers were good people too. Nobody pushy or fake. But this story isn't about the job. Not exactly. It's about something that happened during my third summer as a ranger, after I'd started to get comfortable, maybe a little too confident. I wasn't a rookie anymore. I knew the woods, I had my routines, and I thought I'd seen just about everything the forest could throw at me. A hiker mauled by a black bear. A couple tripping on mushrooms, totally naked and lost. A wildfire that almost took out a whole stretch of backcountry trail. None of it bothered me that much. What happened that summer, though, it still wakes me up sometimes. It still gets under my skin when I think too hard about it. It started with a missing man. That's how it always starts, in a way. His name was Peter Carlson, mid-40s freelance photographer, outdoorsy type. He'd checked in at one of the northern trailheads with a valid backcountry permit, planning to hike solo for 4 days along the Knife Ridge Trail, a remote loop that cuts through a part of the forest most people don't bother with. It's steep, isolated, and hard to get to, but it's beautiful, and that's what draws the serious hikers. Carlson was due back on a Sunday. Monday came, no check-in. That wasn't unusual. Sometimes people get delayed by weather or they misread the mileage. But by Tuesday, his rental car was still parked at the trailhead, and we started to worry. I volunteered to go out, not just because I was on the rotation, but because I'd hiked Knife Ridge twice before, and I felt comfortable in that stretch of forest. It was difficult terrain, but I knew the landmarks and the old game trails that cut through the undergrowth. The plan was to start early Wednesday morning, solo, and cover as much ground as I could. There were 2 other teams sweeping from different angles in case Carlson had veered off trail. I packed my gear light, just enough for 2 nights max. A GPS, my compass, first aid, MREs, water, radio, flare gun, and my sidearm. Standard kit. No room for comfort. The first day was slow. The trail was in worse shape than I expected. Mudslides from the spring thaw had washed out parts of the northern face. I made it 8 miles in by nightfall and set up camp just off a rock shelf that overlooked a gully. No sign of Carlson. Nothing that looked like a camp or boot tracks. I checked it on the radio and went to sleep. The second day is when things started to turn. I found something around noon, about 12 miles in. It was a torn map, pinned under a rock on the western side of a dry stream bed. The edge was singed, as if someone had tried to burn it, but it hadn't caught. It matched the trail map we issued with our permits. The name Carlson was written in the top corner in red ink. It looked like it had been crumpled and stepped on. There weren't any footprints nearby, at least none I could make out, but I noticed that the stream bed sloped into a narrow gulch that cut deep through the ridge. I'd seen it on topo maps before. It was marked as a seasonal runoff ditch, nothing special, but it caught my eye. The soil along the edge had been disturbed. Not fresh, maybe a day or 2 old. Could have been anything, deer, raccoons. But I had a gut feeling. I decided to follow the ditch down. It was slow going, thick underbrush, lots of loose rocks, and the sides of the gulch got steeper the farther I went. About an hour in, I stopped seeing any animal tracks at all, which was weird. Normally you'll see at least something, scat, claw marks, chewed leaves. But it was like the forest had gone quiet in there. Like things didn't pass through. That silence got to me. Not just quiet, dead still. No birds, no wind, not even the usual buzzing from flies or mosquitoes. It was like standing in a sealed room. I hiked another mile or so and came to a bend where the gulch opened up briefly into a wide basin. There were broken trees everywhere. Not like they'd been cut, more like they'd been snapped from the middle and left in place. Some were stripped bare. Others had moss growing on them, but were lying in directions that didn't match the slope. It didn't make sense geologically. It didn't look like storm damage either. It looked wrong, deliberate. That's when I noticed the pile. It was just off-center in the basin. A mound of stones, river rocks, flat and smooth, stacked about 3 feet high and maybe 5 feet wide. Someone had built it carefully. No gaps, no collapse. That's not unusual by itself. Hikers build cairns all the time to mark trail junctions. But this wasn't on any trail, and it wasn't near any feature you'd want to mark. It was deep in a ditch no one used. I walked around it slowly. Something about it put my nerves on edge. I scanned for prints, but found nothing. Just the same blank dirt. I circled once, then twice, then walked a little farther down the gulch. That's when the smell hit me. You learn to recognize it after enough years in the wild. That sharp, sticky stink of rot. Not the smell of a fresh kill or a dead animal. It was human. There's something sickening and wrong in it. You can't mistake it once you've smelled it. I turned back to the pile. I didn't want to. I didn't want to touch it. But I had to. I used a stick from my pack to push the top layer of rocks aside. The heat from underneath hit my face immediately, like opening an oven door. Flies buzzed up in a black cloud. Under the rocks was a body. What was left of it, anyway? It had been curled into a fetal position. Skin blackened. Clothes burned. It took me a long minute to realize there was no head. Just a neck stump, jagged and torn. I couldn't even tell if it was Carlson, not from what was left. But the size was right. And in one clenched hand was a camera strap, melted to the skin. I backed away and threw up. I radioed it in. My voice was shaking, but I got the words out. Possible remains located, requesting extraction. They told me to stay put and mark the coordinates. A chopper wouldn't be able to reach me until morning. So I was to make camp nearby and wait. I didn't want to stay there. Everything in my body told me to keep walking. But protocol is protocol, and if it really was Carlson, we needed to preserve the scene. So I set up my tent at the edge of the basin, near the bend where the gulch narrowed again. I didn't build a fire. I didn't eat. I just sat there and waited for the dark. And when the sun went down, the woods changed. That silence came back, deeper than before. No wind, no rustle, just this pressure like the trees were leaning in. I thought I heard something walking, slow crunches through the brush, always just out of sight. But when I looked, there was nothing. I couldn't sleep. At one point, maybe past midnight, I stepped out to relieve myself. That's when I saw it. Fresh tracks in the dirt. Big ones. Human. Bare feet. Wide set. Deep impressions like someone heavy had walked through, but there were no tracks leading in. Just out. Walking away from the stone pile. I followed them with my flashlight. They led down the gulch, toward the narrow end. I should have gone back. I should have gotten in my tent, zipped it up, and waited for daylight. But I followed them, just for a few yards at first, just to be sure I wasn't imagining things. Then a few more. My flashlight started to dim. The batteries were fresh. That didn't make sense. The beam flickered and sputtered like it was shorting out. That's when I tripped. The ground dropped under me without warning. A sharp slope hidden by ferns. And I tumbled 5, 6 feet down into a shallow pit. My flashlight flew from my hand and went out. I landed hard on my side. My shoulder lit up in pain. I think I tore a ligament. I tried to stand, and that's when I felt it. Something soft under my boot. Fabric. I bent down, using my fingers to feel. It was a sleeping bag, and inside it bones. Lots of bones. Too many. I scrambled back, gasping, crawling up the slope. I grabbed my flashlight, smacked it against my thigh until it flickered back on, and shined it down into the pit. There were at least 3 separate sleeping bags, all slashed open, all with bones inside. Femurs, ribs, the skull half crushed. And beside one of the bags, an old ranger badge. Rusted, not issued in the last 20 years. I got out of there fast. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat with my back to a tree and my sidearm drawn, jumping at every sound. The chopper came around 9 in the morning. I didn't wait for them to land. I ran out into the clearing, waving both arms. They had to help me climb in because I could barely move my shoulder. I didn't talk much on the flight back. The team recovered the remains later that day. Dental records confirmed the main body was Peter Carlson. The bones in the pit matched 2 other missing persons cases. Hikers who vanished. I took the job at Black Hollow because I wanted peace. I was 34 at the time. I'd spent most of my adult life in the Army, bounced around a lot, got deployed twice. When I got out, I thought I'd find work where I could still be outside, use my training, but not be near people too much. The idea of working in a remote national park sounded perfect. So when I found a listing for a ranger position in Black Hollow Wilderness Preserve, I applied right away. Black Hollow wasn't one of the famous parks. It was tucked way up in the northern corner of the state. Closest town was about 40 miles away, and it wasn't even a proper town, more like a gas station and a diner with a post office. The park was huge, more than 200,000 acres, mostly dense pine forest and sharp hills. Real rugged terrain. There were a few old trails cutting through it, but very few visitors came through. Honestly, that was part of the appeal for me. The ranger station was an old concrete building, probably built in the 60s. Had a wood stove, a backup generator, a desk radio, and a cot in the back room. There were 2 other rangers assigned to the preserve, Dave and Lee, but we rotated shifts, so most of the time I was there by myself for a week at a time. We had an off-grid cabin further in for patrols, but mostly we worked solo unless there was a fire or rescue operation. I remember my first few weeks being calm. Long hikes, logging fallen trees, making sure the fire roads were clear. There were black bears in the area, but they usually kept away unless campers left out food. I saw more deer than people. I slept fine. The silence was the kind I liked. Natural, quiet, unbroken by city noise. That changed sometime around mid-October. The air had started to cool, and the leaves were falling fast. Mornings were damp and cold, and the fog would roll in heavy around dawn, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I'd done a sweep the day before, checking one of the less-used trailheads about 10 miles from the station. That night, just as I was turning in, the radio crackled. It was a routine call. A hiker had parked his truck at the North Pines lot and hadn't come back after 2 nights. That wasn't strange on its own. Some backpackers got permits for 3 or 4 days. But what caught my ear was that the guy's truck had been found unlocked, with the keys still inside, and his pack was sitting in the bed, untouched. Weird, but not panic-inducing. Maybe he changed plans. Maybe he got picked up by a friend. Still, protocol meant I had to go take a look. The next morning, I drove the Ranger Jeep out to North Pines. That part of the park was rough. A lot of switchbacks, narrow trails, steep drops. The road itself was little more than gravel and dirt. I found the truck where the report said it would be. Old Ford, dusty, no visible damage. I checked it over. Doors were unlocked like the dispatcher said. Nothing stolen, just the backpack, a half-empty water bottle, and a rolled-up sleeping bag. The license plate matched the registry. The guy's name was Jeremy Parks. He was 31, from Reno, supposed to be doing a 3-day solo hike, planning to follow the ravine trail out past Beaver Ridge and loop back around. That was a rough route. Not dangerous if you were experienced, but rough. No cell signal, no shortcuts, and no shelters except for one old fire watch tower that had been shut down years ago. I didn't waste time. I locked the truck, logged the info in my pad, and started up the trail on foot. First mile was easy, flat and clear. After that, the forest started to thicken, and the trail turned rocky. I scanned for signs of Jeremy. Boot prints, wrappers, anything. I saw some tracks that could have been his, but it was hard to tell. The ground was dry, and with the leaves falling everywhere, a lot got covered up. I kept moving. Around mile 4, I reached a small campsite, a fire ring, some logs for sitting. No tents, no gear, no signs anyone had stayed there. I rested a minute, drank water, then pushed on. It was quiet. I know that sounds dumb. Of course it was quiet. It was a forest. But this was different. Usually, you'd hear birds, wind in the trees, maybe a woodpecker or squirrels scuttling around. But here, past that first bend into the ravine trail, it just stopped. No birds, no bugs, just my boots crunching leaves. Every sound I made felt too loud. It made me stop every 10 minutes and just listen. Like my brain was telling me something wasn't right, but it didn't know what. About 5 miles in, I found something. It was a red bandana, knotted and stuffed between 2 rocks like someone had jammed it there on purpose. Faded, dirty, but it didn't look old. I took it out, checked it over. No blood, no tears, just stuffed into the rock like a marker. I pocketed it and kept walking. I was starting to think Jeremy had just lost his way and doubled back some other trail, maybe flagged someone down on a Forest Service road. But then I reached the slope. The ravine trail gets its name from the drop, about 800 feet down into a long, narrow gully. You got to take switchbacks the whole way down, with some places barely wide enough for one person. Trees close in on all sides, and it's always darker down there, even at noon. As I started down the trail, I caught a smell. It wasn't strong. Faint, but sharp, like metal and rot. I thought maybe an animal died somewhere nearby. Maybe a deer or raccoon. I've smelled that before, but this had something else behind it. Something sour. The deeper I went, the stronger it got. At the bottom of the ravine, there was a dried-up creek bed. Used to run in spring, but this time of year, it was mostly rocks and mud. I followed the creek bed east. That's when I saw the tarp. Blue plastic, half covered by branches. From far off, I thought maybe someone had set up camp and left it behind. But when I got closer, I saw it was weighed down with stones. I moved the branches. There was a leg, just one, sticking out from under the tarp. Jeans, hiking boots still laced. I didn't move the tar more than I had to. I didn't need to. I'd seen enough. The skin was grayish. No visible wounds. The boot was still clean, like he hadn't walked far in them. I backed off and called in on the radio. No signal, not even a blip. I climbed halfway up the ravine until I could get a weak connection and gave my report. They told me to stay put. Dave and Lee would head out immediately. Said they'd bring in a coroner from the county. I waited 4 hours. In that time, I didn't move much. I sat on a fallen log about 20 yards from a tarp. The smell was strong now. Flies started to come in, and I could hear distant buzzing from the tarp. I tried to focus on the trees, the trail, anything else. Then I noticed something else. Across from the creek bed, on the other side of the ravine, there was a small break in the trees. A path, maybe. It wasn't marked. It didn't look used. Just a thin gap between the trunks. And from where I was sitting, it looked like there was something beyond the trees. A shape, maybe a structure. When Lee and Dave showed up, I led them to the tarp. I didn't say anything about the gap in the trees. We marked the body, took GPS coordinates, and secured the area. They'd bring in a team the next morning. I stayed overnight at the field cabin a few miles west. I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I told them I wanted to do one more sweep around the area before heading back. Said I'd check some nearby animal trails to make sure we didn't miss anything. I packed light, grabbed my sidearm just in case, and headed straight back to the ravine. The path was still there. Narrow, hidden unless you looked straight at it. I followed it. It wasn't much of a trail. More like an old game path. Tight, uneven. I pushed through brush and ducked under branches. After about 15 minutes, I came to a clearing. There was a shack. No other way to say it. It was a square wooden building, maybe 10 by 12 feet. Old timber, tin roof rusted through in spots. No windows. Doors slightly open. No trail leading to it. Just that narrow animal path. I circled it. Looked for tracks. Nothing fresh. No tire marks. No boot prints. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled worse than the tarp. Old rot, damp wood, mold. The floor was dirt. There was a wooden table against the far wall, a chair, and some crates. The crates were full of old tools, saws, ropes, rusted cans of food. Then I saw the wall. Nailed to the far wall were dozens of photographs. Polaroids, black and white prints. Some faded to the point of being unreadable. There were pictures of people, all taken from a distance. Some showed hikers on trails. Some looked like campsites. Others were close up, faces looking right at the camera, confused or scared. There was one photo in the center. It was a man, mid-30s, short beard, standing near a pickup truck. I recognized the truck. It was Jeremy Parks. The photo was dated, written in pen on the back. October 9th. Jeremy had gone missing October 10th. I backed out fast, took pictures of the wall with my phone, marked the GPS. I radioed it in, told them what I found. They sent a full team. They brought cadaver dogs, searched the area for 2 days. Found 4 more shallow graves about 300 yards north of the shack. All old, bones, none identified. The shack had no records, no markings, no name. No one knew who built it. The working theory was simple. Someone had been living out here, maybe for years. Watching hike, I started working as a park ranger in the summer of 2013. I was 27 at the time and had spent a few years bouncing around between jobs, construction, truck driving, working in a warehouse, before finally settling on something that got me outside. I love hiking and had a pretty strong background in wilderness survival, so it felt like a natural fit. When I landed the job at High Ridge National Park, it felt like I'd finally found where I belonged. High Ridge wasn't famous like Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was a smaller park tucked away in the upper northeast, mostly forest and rocky hills, with a few lakes and marshes scattered throughout. The terrain was rough and uneven. Thick woods, steep cliffs. Weather could turn on a dime. Not the sort of place you'd wander into unprepared. The first few years were quiet. My job involved checking trails, maintaining signage, helping campers, and occasionally dealing with people who thought they were above park rules. A few lost hikers here and there, some bear sightings that turned out to be raccoons. I worked with a small team, but we rarely patrolled in pairs unless there was a known threat. You learn to handle things on your own. That all changed in late October of 2018. The incident happened on Trail 23. Trail 23 was one of our lesser used paths. It was tucked far back in the northwest part of the park, close to the edge where the land started dropping off into a steep valley. There was a sign posted that read, "Trail closed, erosion damage," nailed to a tree at the entrance. It had been closed since 2007 after a hiker slipped on loose shale and broke his neck falling down a ridge. Still, people wandered down there from time to time. Locals mostly. Fishermen or hunters who thought the rules didn't apply to them. We'd find beer cans and spent shotgun shells sometimes. And once someone left an entire rusted-out ATV at the bottom of a gully. But for the most part, it was quiet. Too far out of the way for tourists and no real payoff. The views weren't that good. No campsites. No cell service. Just dense forest and the sound of the wind. It was a Thursday when the call came in. We had a small outpost near the center of the park with a few trailers, radios, and one old satellite tower. That morning I was sorting supply inventory when the base radio crackled. Dispatch said a local woman had called in and reported seeing what she thought was a tent setup just off Trail 23. She hadn't gotten close, just saw it from a ridge across the valley while out hiking with her dog. Said it looked like someone was camped down near the riverbed. She thought it was strange since the trail was closed. Now, you get calls like that all the time. 99 times out of 100, it's nothing. A plastic tarp stuck in some branches. Maybe someone's gear from a day hike. But we still had to check it out. So I told dispatch I'd head out. I signed out my pack, radio, and map, filled my canteen, and drove the park jeep as far as the gravel road would take me. After that, it was a 6-mile hike and on foot. The first 3 miles were easy. The trail was narrow but clear, with tree roots snaking across the path and a thick layer of fallen leaves underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the branches. It was cold that morning, maybe 40 degrees, and the wind had picked up. I had my fleece jacket zipped up and my gloves on. By the 4th mile, the trail began to degrade. Washouts had taken out some of the switchbacks, and I had to climb over a few down trees. I was careful not to lose my footing on the loose rock. I knew the terrain out there could turn on you quick. At about the 5-mile mark, I found something that made me stop. It was a pile of stones. Man-made. 5 or 6 rocks stacked carefully in a cone shape, sitting just off the trail in a little clearing. I wouldn't have thought much of it, except it looked fresh. The rocks were clean. No moss. No leaves covering them. Like someone had just built it that morning. I looked around. Nothing else. No footprints. No trash. Just that little pile of stones. I took a picture with my phone and kept going. Half a mile later, I heard water. The trail bent down toward the river. I followed it until I hit the tree line overlooking a flat, marshy clearing. And there it was. A tent. Bright orange. New looking. Set up maybe 50 yards from the river, tucked between 2 clusters of pine trees. No campfire. No gear scattered around. Just the tent. Closed up tight. I stayed still and listened. No sound. No movement. I gave it a wide berth and came around from the east, moving slow, careful not to startle anyone. I didn't want to walk up on someone using the woods as a bathroom or sleeping off a night of drinking. But as I got closer, I started to feel off. The tent was too clean, too neat. There were no footprints in the mud around it. No signs of people walking back and forth. The ground was undisturbed. Just pine needles and dead leaves. When I got close enough to touch it, I paused. No sounds. Not even breathing. I knocked once on the fabric. Nothing. I unzipped it. Empty. No sleeping bag. No pack. No food. Nothing. Just a dry, clean tent with nothing in it. I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it. If someone had hauled all the way out here to set up camp, why wouldn't they bring any supplies? And where were they now? I called it into dispatch and told them I'd be checking the area. I did a wide sweep around the clearing, then moved along the river for about 300 yards in both directions. Nothing. Not a single sign of human activity. I even checked the tree line for hidden gear or makeshift blinds. Still nothing. I marked the coordinates on my GPS and left the tent where it was, then started the hike back. The sun was already low by the time I made it to the Jeep. I didn't like hiking after dark unless I had to, and I especially didn't like being out near Trail 23 alone. There was just something about that part of the park that never sat right with me. The next day, I brought another ranger with me, Mike, one of our older guys, and we hiked back out there. The tent was gone. Not collapsed. Not blown over. Gone. No drag marks. No tire tracks. No footprints. Just an empty patch of forest where it had been. Mike thought maybe I marked the wrong spot on the GPS, but I knew I hadn't. I pulled out the photo I'd taken of the stone pile, and we used that to triangulate where we were. It was the exact spot. We searched the area again. Still nothing. We went back 3 more times over the next week. Each time, something was just a little bit off. On the second trip, the pile of stones was gone. On the third, we found a dead deer about 100 yards north of the river. No visible injuries, just lying there like it had laid down and died. On the fourth trip, we heard something moving out in the woods. Heavy, crunching through the leaves parallel to us, staying just out of sight. But we never saw it. After that, we stopped going out there. We officially reclosed the trail, added a second warning sign, and let it be. Things went quiet for a while. Then, in early November, a hunter went missing. His truck was found parked near the old fire road that led toward Trail 23. His wife said he planned to scout for deer sign and be back by nightfall. He never came home. Search and rescue teams combed the area for 6 days. Dogs, helicopters, volunteers. Nothing. They never found a single trace of him. After that, the fear set in. 2 weeks later, a hiker reported hearing what sounded like a baby crying deep in the woods near the same area. Another saw lights flickering through the trees at night. People started calling the park cursed. Some even said it was haunted, but I knew better. There was nothing supernatural going on. It was people. Someone, maybe a group, was out there, living off the grid, watching. They didn't want to be found, and they made damn sure we stayed away. I started going through old reports from before the trail had been closed, looking for patterns, trying to make sense of it. Over the years, there had been a handful of other disappearances tied to that area. A backpacker in 1992, a father and son in 1986, a solo camper in 2001, all written off as lost or presumed dead. None of them ever found. No big headlines. No connections made. Just little notes in faded manila folders. I tried to bring it up with my supervisor, but he shut it down. Said we didn't have the resources to investigate old missing persons. Told me to stick to active cases. So I kept my mouth shut, but I didn't forget. I transferred out of High Ridge in 2020. Moved out west. Took a job at a different park with drier terrain and fewer trees. But I still think about Trail 23, especially in the fall when the air turns cold and the days get short. I think about that empty tent, the dead deer, the man who never came home, and I think about the stone pile. Because a few weeks before I left, I went out there one last time, just to see. I waited until just after sunrise. Brought my camera, my flashlight, a long knife in my boot. I hiked in quiet, didn't tell anyone where I was going. And when I reached the clearing by the river, I saw something I'll never forget. Not a tent, not a person, but 20 stone piles, all fresh, all clean, all carefully built, lined up in a ring around the spot where that first tent had been. Each one stacked exactly the same, each one about knee high. And in the center of the ring, buried half in the mud, was a pair of black boots. Old, faded, laces missing, but still standing upright, like someone. I was working out of a small ranger station tucked deep in the mountains of the Pacific Northwest, not far from the Canadian border. It was one of those old school assignments where you're the only ranger stationed across a wide stretch of remote, forested land. This was back in 2009, and I was 32 at the time, already 10 years into the job. I'd done most of my work in busy national parks, closer towns, and highways, but this one was different. This park didn't get many visitors. That's the thing I liked most about it at first. You could go full weeks without seeing anyone. No campers, no hikers, not even the sound of truck kicking up dust on the old service roads. It was peaceful, silent in a way that only deep forest can be. The radio would crackle once or twice a day, usually someone from HQ checking in. I'd report back, tell them everything's quiet, which it usually was. There was one trail, a long, narrow path that wound through the northern ridgeline and ended in a rocky gully. It was rarely used, even when the park got more traffic in earlier decades. Too steep, too rocky, no cell signal, and a pain in the ass to climb out of. Still, I had to hike it once every few weeks to check the posted signs, make sure there were no fallen trees, and look out for any injured animals or hikers. The last entry in the logbook for that trail was dated over a year before I arrived. Some backpacker from Idaho tried to hike it and gave up after the first day. Said the trail felt wrong. That's the word he used. Wrong. Like it shouldn't be there. I didn't think much of it at the time. People get spooked in the woods. Too much time alone and your head starts making things up. But I remember that word now. I remember it very clearly. I'd been at the station a little over 2 months when I first had a reason to head down to that gully for something serious. One of our spotter planes was doing a sweep for illegal campfires and reported smoke coming from the north side, near the trail's end. They couldn't land anywhere nearby, and they lost the column of smoke after about 5 minutes. It didn't match any known fire activity or permits, and since there hadn't been any storms, it wasn't likely to be a lightning strike. The trail to the gully was the only way in by foot. So they told me to hike it and check it out. I packed enough supplies for 2 nights just in case. My standard gear: radio, med kit, food, thermal blanket, flare gun, GPS, and sidearm. I didn't like carrying the gun, but protocol said to bring it on longer patrols, especially in areas with predators. Black bears weren't uncommon in those woods, and sometimes you'd get wolves following the deer in colder months. It was a crisp morning when I set out. The sky was clear, no wind. The forest had that early fall stillness, where everything feels held in place like a paused movie. Dry leaves cracked under my boots as I walked. Birds chirped in short, repetitive bursts, and I saw a few squirrels dart across the trail. Nothing unusual. The first 6 miles were steep, but manageable. Just before the gully, there's a series of switchbacks that always gave me trouble. Rocks roll under your boots if you're not careful. You gotta take them slow. When I got to the top, I took a minute to rest, sipping from my canteen and wiping sweat off my neck. Then I saw it, char marks on the nearby ridge. Blackened bark on a fallen pine, still faintly smelling of smoke. The burn wasn't fresh, but it wasn't old either. Maybe 2, 3 days max someone had a fire up here. But it didn't make any sense. No footprints, no trash, not even a stray piece of firewood. I started descending into the gully, following the slope where the smoke had supposedly been spotted. The light changed as I dropped lower. Sunlight barely reached the floor down there. Trees grew tighter, thicker trunks, darker leaves. The silence grew deeper, and even the birds stopped singing. At the bottom, I came across something I wasn't expecting: a structure. At first, I thought it was an old ranger shack, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't on any of our maps, and it wasn't built like any official cabin. It was small, made from mismatched wood, half-rotted boards nailed over each other in crooked angles. No windows, one door. The roof sagged, and patches of moss covered one entire wall. The door was open. I didn't want to go in, but I had to check it. Protocol. I clicked on my flashlight and stepped inside. It was empty. One broken chair, a pile of ash in the center. Someone had lit a fire inside, right on the dirt floor. No chimney, just smoke stains trailing up to the beams above. There were old cans stacked in the corner, rusted through. Most of the labels were gone, but a few still had old logos from the 80s. Beans, tuna, that sort of thing. I found a pair of boots, too. Size 12, maybe. One had a hole worn through the heel. They weren't wet, which meant they hadn't been left out long. I backed out of the shack and marked on my GPS. I had every intention of reporting it when I got back. Probably an old squatter or hermit camp. Nothing illegal unless they were still living there. Still, the structure made me uneasy. I pitched my tent about 150 yards uphill from the shack. Not close enough to smell the smoke or see it through the trees, but close enough that I could keep an eye on it if someone came back. I ate a cold dinner, wrote my notes, and turned in early. Sometime after midnight, I woke up sweating. I sat up fast, heart hammering in my chest. I wasn't dreaming. I hadn't been asleep long enough. Something had startled me. Then I heard it. Crunching leaves. Slow. Deliberate. Coming up the trail behind my tent. I stayed still, reaching for the flashlight. Then I grabbed the pistol, quietly sliding it from the holster. I didn't call out. I didn't want to give away my position. The crunching got closer, then stopped. Just outside the tent. I held my breath. Then I heard the zipper. Not mine. Another tent zipper. That slow, gritty sound. Except, I was alone. I unzipped my tent just enough to look out. Nothing. No movement. No other tent. No flashlight beams. No footsteps retreating. Just darkness and silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up and went back to the shack. No signs of anyone. No new footprints. No changes. Still empty. I stood there for a long time just listening, but there was nothing to hear. No wind. No bugs. Just that strange stillness, like the forest itself was holding its breath. On the hike back, I felt like I was being followed. I stopped twice, turning quickly, expecting to see someone behind me. But no one was there. Still, the feeling didn't leave. Every crack of a branch, every flutter of leaves felt like something watching me, tracking me. Back at the station, I filed my report. I included everything: shack, burned logs, canned food, unknown boots, and what I'd heard outside my tent. I didn't mention the zipper sound. It sounded too strange, too impossible. I chalked it up to stress, or an animal maybe. 2 days later, a second ranger came out to investigate the shack. I gave him the GPS coordinates and stayed back at the station. He hiked in, spent half a day in the gully, then came back before dark. He didn't find the shack, not even the burn marks. He double-checked the GPS, checked it twice. Nothing, not a single thing. No logs, no cans, no boots. Just thick woods and dirt. I didn't understand. I'd seen it, walked inside it. I showed him photos I'd taken. He just shook his head, said they looked like old stock images. He thought I was playing a prank. We argued. Then he left. A week later, I went back. I had to. This time, I camped at the top of the ridge and hiked down early in the morning. I moved slow, retracing every step. I followed the same line, the same switchbacks. Everything felt the same, except it wasn't. There was no shack, no fire ring, not even a clearing where it might have been. It was like the forest had swallowed it. But I did find something else. Just as I was about to head back, I noticed a narrow trail leading off the main path, tucked behind some ferns. I followed it. About 20 yards in, I found a small pit, maybe 5 feet wide. At the bottom was a pile of bones. Dozens of them. Animal, I think, but not fresh. Picked clean, arranged in a loose circle, like someone had laid them out on purpose. There were feathers stuck in the dirt, scraps of cloth, a melted flashlight. I turned around and left. Fast. I didn't file a second report. I transferred out 2 months later, asked to be reassigned to the coast. I didn't tell them why. Didn't want to explain. They approved it without asking questions. It's been over 15 years now. I still think about that place sometimes. That trail. That gully. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that there are parts of the woods that don't follow the same rules as the rest of the world. People think the scariest things in the forest are the predators, the cliffs, the weather. They're not. The scariest thing is when something doesn't make sense. When you see something you can't explain, and it disappears like it was never there. Because once that happens, you stop trusting what you see. And in the woods, that can get you killed. I became a park ranger for the wrong reasons. I thought it would be peaceful, simple, just trees, trails, and a quiet life away from the world. I like being alone. I wasn't the kind of guy who wanted to sit behind a desk or live in a city where your neighbor's cough kept you up all night. I wanted distance. Maybe I was running from something, maybe not. Doesn't really matter now. What matters is that I was assigned to a stretch of protected forest in the northern part of the country. Deep woods, real remote. Winters dragged on for 6 months, and the nearest town was 30 miles away. The place was called Dunridge State Forest. Most people didn't come here unless they were real serious about backpacking or research. There weren't many day hikers. No gift shops or scenic turnouts. Just dirt roads and 1,000 square miles of pine, stone, rivers, and cold wind. I started my job in late summer. The first couple of months were easy. I patrol the trails, keep an eye on wildlife, check fire pits, clean up after campers, and log anything strange, down trees, broken signs, flooding, stuff like that. There were cabins in some areas, mostly old service shacks left behind by loggers decades ago, but no one lived in them anymore. People had died out here from time to time, accidents, exposure, even a suicide, but for the most part, it was uneventful. Then October came. Nights dropped below freezing. The leaves all went brown, skipping the nice reds and yellows that people like to photograph. Then a windstorm hit. One of those bad, early ones that tears up the treetops and scatters debris for miles. I spent a full week cutting fallen limbs off trails and dragging them into the brush. The week after that is when things started. There's a ridge on the far western side of Dunridge Forest. It doesn't show up on all the maps, and there's no official trail leading up to it. Locals call it Screaming Ridge. I'd heard the name from the older rangers during training. Most of them treated it like a joke. Said it got the name from how the wind cut through it during storms. But there was always this look in their eyes when they mentioned it, like they knew something they weren't telling. I didn't give it much thought until it was going through some old ranger logs in the station one night. Boredom made me curious. I was flipping through faded pages from decades ago when I noticed that multiple entries over the years mentioned Screaming Ridge. Not by name always, but by coordinates. The entries usually followed a similar pattern. A report of strange noises, hikers going off trail and getting lost, animal carcasses found in unusual positions. One entry from 1973 stuck with me. The ranger had written that he'd found a deer impaled on a broken tree limb 10 feet off the ground. Said the thing looked placed there. No blood trail, no struggle. Just dead and stuck like a trophy. Another note said he heard a metallic screeching at night when he camped near the ridge. He never explained what that meant. It bothered me more than I wanted to admit. About a week later, I was assigned to inspect that section of forest. A storm had hit a couple of nights earlier, and a hiker had called in a report about a large tree blocking a fire road. The report came from a satellite phone and cut out before they could give their name. I was the only ranger scheduled that day, so it fell to me. It took most of the morning just to reach the base of the ridge by truck. The dirt roads had deep ruts from the rain, and some areas were washed out. I parked in an old clearing and hiked the rest on foot. The forest was dead quiet. No wind, no birds, just the sound of my boots and breathing. The higher I climbed, the weirder it felt. It's hard to describe, but the air got heavier. The woods felt too still, too perfect, like a painting. No squirrels darting, no leaves rustling. Just this thick silence. It made my skin crawl. I chalked it up to the weather and kept going. Then I found the tree. It was a huge pine, had to be at least 80 feet tall, snapped clean in half of the middle. The upper half had fallen across the road like a barrier. But that wasn't the strange part. The top section was char black, like it had been struck by lightning. But there hadn't been any lightning during the storm, just wind and rain. I walked around it, took pictures, logged it, marked it for removal. I could have turned back then. Should have. But something made me keep climbing. Maybe it was just curiosity. Maybe it was stupidity. Either way, I left the trail and headed further up toward the ridge. The terrain got rough. Thick underbrush, loose rocks, twisted roots that grabbed your ankles. It wasn't made for hiking. I had to slow down and push through branches with both arms. I kept thinking I'd turn around after the next rise. But each rise led to another, and before long, I realized I'd been hiking for over an hour with no real destination. That's when I smelled it. It was faint at first, but sharp like copper and rot. I followed it, slowly, moving uphill, using my boots to sweep aside the brush. The smell got stronger. Then I saw the clearing. It wasn't natural. The trees ended in a sharp circle, like something had cut them or burned them in a perfect ring. In the center was a wide pit, maybe 20 feet across and 6 feet deep. The ground around it was disturbed. Not like someone had dug it, but like something had crashed down with force. The trees nearby were splintered and leaning away from the pit. I stepped closer and felt a crunch under my boot. Bones. Animal bones, dozens of them. Scattered all around, picked clean. Some were cracked open, as if something had tried to get at the marrow. The smell was coming from the pit. I looked inside. More bones. Fresh ones. I saw fur, maybe raccoon or fox, and the stripped rib cage of something much larger. Maybe a bear. But what hit me hardest was how organized it looked. The bones weren't just dumped in there. They were stacked, arranged, sorted by size or type. It was deliberate. I backed away, my chest tight. I wanted to leave, but something caught my eye on the far side of the clearing. A tarp. I crossed over and found a small, rotting tent, barely visible under the brush. Molded and torn. Nearby was a rusted metal cooking pot, a smashed flashlight, and a pair of boots, still laced, toes pointed upward. No body, just the boots. I looked for a tag inside the tent, but found nothing. The place was falling apart. I took photos and GPS coordinates, then made my way down the ridge as fast as I could. Every instinct screamed at me to get out before dark. My radio was useless up there, no signal, and my compass kept spinning every time I got near the clearing. When I finally made it back to the truck, I locked the doors and didn't get out again until I was back at the station. I didn't file a full report, just logged the downed tree and made a note about a possible abandoned campsite for follow-up. I didn't mention the bones. I didn't know how. That night, I didn't sleep. 4 days after, I tried to convince myself it was just a predator den. Maybe a bear had made the pit. Maybe the campsite was decades old. The mind wants simple answers. But nothing about that place felt right. The way the bones were arranged. The smell. The silence. 2 weeks later, I got a call from search and rescue. A hiker had gone missing. Mid-30s, solo trip. Last seen entering the western edge of Dunn Ridge. No check-ins, no exit. His car was still parked at the trailhead. They wanted a ranger to assist the search. I told them I'd help, but insisted we avoid the ridge. I didn't even say why. Just said it was dangerous terrain and off-limits for a reason. 3 days of searching and no sign. Then a dog team picked up a scent near the lower trails. I followed with another ranger and a canine handler. The dog led us in circles for hours, then froze at a rocky outcrop. Barked, growled, then whined and wouldn't move. Refused to go any further. We looked around and found scratch marks on the stone. Deep ones. 5 gouges spaced like fingers. No animal I know of makes marks like that on granite. Not even a bear. We didn't find the hiker. That's when I stopped sleeping altogether. I started having these short dreams, always the same. I'd be walking through the woods at night, then come across the clearing. But this time, there'd be something in the pit. Moving, breathing, watching me. I'd wake up in a sweat, heart pounding like I'd run miles. Other rangers started noticing I was off. I told them I was just tired. They didn't push it. One day, I went back to the old logs and found something I hadn't seen before. A single entry, folded between 2 other pages. No date, no name. Just a few lines written in pencil. Don't go near the ridge when it's quiet. That's when it listens. It's not wind that screams. I copied it, then burned the page. After that, I filed a request for reassignment. It was denied. I was told we were short-staffed and they needed experienced rangers in remote sectors. So I stayed, but I stopped going near that part of the forest. I avoided it like poison, but the forest didn't avoid me. That winter, strange things started happening near the station. One night, I found all the floodlights turned toward the woods, switched on from inside. I lived alone. The next night, the generator kicked off, and I heard something dragging against the side of the cabin. When I looked outside, nothing was there, but the snow had deep lines in it. Not footprints, not tire tracks, just wide, Smooth grooves, like something had been